It's already recording, so that's good. Everybody wants to. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the party. Welcome, welcome. All right, I'm getting ready to roll. We'll get everybody checked in here. I think we might have a new record for pre-con attendees today, so I'm excited. We'll see how many we actually get on live. Really excited to have you guys here. Thank you so much for being here. We get to spend the next 4 hours together. It's gonna be great. Telling stories, getting our lift in. This will be good.
What's
Jim,
up, Chris?
What's up, Jim?
I always see you online. I never seen you in person. Good to meet you, man.
There's Chris, right on.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you for doing this, guys. It's really appreciate it.
Our pleasure. We've been excited about this for like literally half a year. Like, we haven't seen each other in so long. This was a great opportunity for us to get together and do this. How you doing, Jim?
Guys, how you doing? It's good to see you again.
Nice glasses, dude.
The Ball brothers are together.
All brothers.
He's an honorary bald brother right there.
Yeah, not quite in the club yet.
Hey, Chris, you're still young, but in a couple of years you'll join.
That's right.
Okay, yeah, right.
Notice that trend.
Yeah.
Chris is like, no thanks. No thanks.
61 ain't so young.
Club I don't need to be a part of.
Where you at, Jim? I forget.
I'm in Philadelphia.
I thought you were on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Where are you, Chris?
G-State capital of the United States.
I'm in Rhode Island.
Oh, East Coast guy too.
Yeah.
Providence?
Cumberland. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I go up to Providence. They used to have that Perform Better Summit
Yeah,
up
that's
there.
right. That's right.
Year.
Yeah, I missed it this year.
Yeah. Next year, I'll be back to normal.
I think they're planning something for later in the year as well.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
Yeah,
They
that's
might have
great.
something.
Welcome back, Georgette.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. Enjoying it so far?
While we're waiting, if you guys have specific things you want to get out of this presentation, throw it in the chat.
Got the chat open.
Like, what are you looking to learn, discover? What challenges do you have that we can help you solve?
Right. Here comes some folks. How can we view this later? So FAI will send out a recording to you guys afterwards here. It takes a little bit. Maybe takes them 24, 48 hours, something like that. Plus we have the whole conference coming up, so it'd probably be more like next week. I would assume they would get it to you. I'm not sure how quick, but you guys will definitely get access to it. Nancy's chilling in bed. Got a little coffee. Got some donuts. She's ready to roll. Look at her. I love it. Get out of here.
Adriana, how are you?
right, we got people popping on. All right, Doc. Let's get our mandatory selfie here with everybody. Everybody smile. There we go. Yes. All right, 10 o'clock on the button.
dot. We're on time so far.
That's right.
We're gonna keep on time. We'll stay around. We're done here at 2 o'clock, so Pacific time. So we'll stay around as long as you guys need.
We're here to
relatively
party.
speaking.
Yeah. We can have dinner together. This will be great. All right, everybody. Well, we're ready to roll. We are going to ask you guys, we'll remind you a couple of times as we're going through here, just some housekeeping to keep your microphones on mute for us. If you have to leave and come back, one of us is going to be speaking or presenting at all times. The other one will be here at the computer. So we'll, as we're doing right now, we'll just keep admitting and getting you guys in here. And super excited to be here. This has been a long time coming. As of course we would prefer that it's in person with all of you, but we're pumped to be together. We've been here. Ev's been here since Tuesday, so we've had some chances to improve our bromance and to take things to a whole new level, working out together and all this. It's been great. We had chicken last night, and we've had, I mean, just like some of the best time storytelling, watching goofy shows. My kids are just they're in love with Mr. Evan. Mr. Evan, Mr. Evan.
And your dog?
And the dog is obsessed with him too. He's fitting right in. So it's been great.
It's been great, man.
All right, gang, let's dive into this. Let me just say, number one, thank you. We know the last 12 to 18 months has been a shit show for a lot of us, and for you guys to invest your time and your money with us, but more importantly, your time. We really appreciate that. And we're very, very happy that you were here and able to join us. We are going to deliver the absolute amount of content that we possibly can pack into this thing. So you have questions, you need anything from us, fire it in that chat. We will get your questions answered, guaranteed.
And one more thing, just a shout out to FAI and for being part of the FAI community. I mean, of all the organizations that we work with, both collectively, FAI is the best organization,
100%,
and the best people, the best community of people, professionals. Because again, our clients want to look better and aesthetically change their bodies, but you're in it because you want to change lives, to help people do the things they need, want, and love to do. So thank you for allowing us to share this information with you, share your time, and for FAI for giving us this opportunity to be together and just empower each other to be the light for each other and be the light for our clients, because so many clients are struggling during these times. So let's be that light for them and bring people, be the unifying force to bring people together.
Absolutely. All right, my man.
So let's start out. My client, Debbie, she came to me as a patient many years ago, actually 2012 on my birthday. I don't think it's a coincidence that she came to me on my birthday. And she came in with tightness in her hips. And when I first evaluated her, I'm like, you have really limited hips. And she had all the signs that she had advanced osteoarthritic changes. So she ultimately needed hip replacements. We were able to get her ready for her replacements, and she credits her recovery from her hip replacements doing so well with it, to the work that we did. And then she stayed with us after her preliminary physical therapy. And now she's got several health issues, lung disease, and we're just helping her maintain quality of life. And one of the questions we often get, and many of you probably have as well, there's clients that are, we'll look at the functional aging, their spectrum of aging, and there's clients that you get that are pretty frail, and we'll demonstrate things today. You're like, my client can't do that. That's okay. We're gonna give you modifications. There's many things that Debbie can't do because of her health conditions. So there's always modifications, and sometimes it's just doing the best you can with that client and making sure that you're there for them and that they know that you're there for them. And again, that's the best you have in the situation. So don't discredit the small things you do when you have clients that have advanced, maybe life-threatening diseases, or they have, we just had somebody yesterday was talking about a client that's got sciatica all the time. Don't discredit the small things that you can do for your client on a regular basis, even though you don't get them better or fix their problems. Just being there for them and being that positive force.
And this is my client, Linda. And Linda has been an experience in itself working with her. She came to me 2005. She's one of my original clients. And our first talk that we had, she goes, I need knee replacements. The doctor told me I need knee replacements. And as we kind of went through the talk, she goes, I'm capable and able to do stuff. It just hurts afterwards. I have a lot of residual pain. And I said, well, let's try 8 weeks of training together. I have this philosophy that I work with people that I nicknamed the Timmerman approach after a story that I heard about a shot putter named Ulf Timmerman, who blew out both of his knees, hurt his knees, and ended up doing basically a non-knee flexion style of training for almost a year while he rehabbed. And his doctors just noticed he was so quad dominant that if he were to level out some of that strength or just try to get it a little bit more equal, that there wouldn't be so much pressure on the knee and the hip flexors in his back and so on. He ended up coming back, throwing 2 feet further on the shot put, which is a shit ton. It's very far, and setting a new world record. So that philosophy kind of came in mind with Linda. And I said, let's try this. 8 weeks, her knees felt good. We continued this, and she's still, when we're 15 years later, she's not had knee replacements. So we're probably getting to the point now where she's getting close, but at pulling the trigger at 71, 72, somewhere in there, she's going to be so ready and prepped, and she's going to rehabilitate from that so much easier. We wanted to share stories of clients who are near and dear to us that have had direction and instruction given to them from medical or anybody else that basically, this is the last resort, you got nowhere else to go. And we say, well, hold on, we've got some strategies and some ideas that we think might work as well. And it's improved their quality of life and prolonged some surgical procedures and so on. So we're hoping that a lot of the things we teach you today too will have that same effect with you, your community, your clientele, and so on. So there's a couple of bad words here, okay? Hope you guys don't mind, but a couple of bad words. But I love this. This is such a big thing for me. I really want to make sure that we're okay seeing this. So about a minute and a half here.
Really? Yeah, because your bones start getting, you lose density. They just get weaker. Really? And the only way to change your bones, the only way to become thicker and denser is weightlifting. The only way. Really? Yeah. Why is it different than boxing? Because you're not carrying weight. The whole idea is you're fighting gravity. Like when you do, say if you're doing cleans and presses and shit like that, Olympic weightlifts is what I always recommend to people, particularly deadlifts. Deadlifts is that's the big one. Deadlifts and squats, because you're forcing your body to pick up heavy things, and your body just gets denser. Everything gets thicker and denser because your bone structure is recognizing, your body's recognizing that this fucking dude likes to carry heavy shit now. This is our new life. Our new life is we have to adapt to him carrying heavy shit. So your bones get denser. As you get older, when you don't exercise, your bones absolutely get lighter and frailer and weaker and more fragile. That's why when old people fall down, they break hips and shit. Yeah, they lose all their bone density. The only way to maintain bone density is weightlifting. So that's why you're all about the kettlebells. All about it. All about weights. Yeah. But you're still doing kickboxing. Yeah, I do everything. But I never stop lifting weights. I'm 53, right? As you get older, there's just no way around the deterioration unless you have to be disciplined.
Okay, so that is as mainstream media as we're probably going to find a message like this coming out, which, mind you, wherever we're going to find this information, we have these, I call them common practice, what our industry says. Old people shouldn't lift heavy things. Don't move quickly. Don't press overhead. Don't pull things off the floor. Don't rotate. Don't rotate. There's all these stigmas, these misconceptions. And now we got, Joe and the mainstream media, more people coming in saying, hey, do you understand that these are the things, I know we're preaching to the choir, but even within this community of trainers, we still see people who are like, are you sure I should be lifting my people heavy? Yeah. Are there people that need...
I'm on a Zoom call, can't talk right now.
Oh, geez. Is there a community of people that you can think of that need resistance training more?
Right.
Now, I can't think of anybody, right? They're just getting softer and weaker and older and crumbling. So we need this. And so this world of, this fucking dude, he likes to carry heavy shit now. This is our life. That's what the body needs to recognize, is on a daily basis. We're going to put it through some things. We're going to stress it. So you better change. This is your body's callus, right? To your hands. You guys lift weights, you grow a callus. Well, these people lift weights, their bones get denser, right? Their muscles get stronger, they stand up straighter, they don't fall down, they live a better quality of life. And if they do fall down, they bounce, they don't break, okay? That's our intention. So this is the message. And again, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but this is our message, okay? Here's where we're headed. We're going to try to do our introductions in 10 minutes. I don't think we're going to make it, but we're going to try.
We'll do it.
Yeah, we'll do it. And then I'm going to talk program design. We'll get into waffles a little bit. And then I'll pass the torch over to Ev. He's going to talk about power loss and how we can overcome that. And then we'll spend about 90 minutes on the floor with me. I've got 18 plus exercises to show you. And then after that, I'll pass over again to Ev. He's going to come in the whole bunch of correctives. I don't know, 100, 150 correctives, I don't know, 15, 20, 25 correctives to take you through. We'll be demoing for each other. We'll be working the camera, trying to do the best we can here. We're a two-man show today, which is awesome. Normally it's a one-man show, and we're stuck with our camera being in place, so we're very happy about that. And then we'll bring it back at the end. We've got a couple of templates, a couple of mock workouts that we want to give you, things that you can use right away and go, this is how I can start to implement some power training, some stability, some balance, some coordination, some of these into my regular practices. We don't want to just come in on Monday and be like, whole new program, everybody. Well, all we're going to do is throw things from now on.
Right.
Hey, you want to merge into this stuff. So we're going to try to equip you with that as we move on.
We really want to know, our purpose today is to empower you. You guys are the leaders. You're leaders of your community, and there's so many more people that need what you have to offer. And I love this quote. I don't know who said it, so it's my quote now. We're not born to do extraordinary things. We're born to do the ordinary things extraordinarily well. And that's what we want you guys to do, is do things, the ordinary things, like align better, like produce strength better, resistance training better, power training, rotation training, train your older clients, and be extraordinary at it. Because like Robert said, there aren't a lot of people. Like, you were just on a panel and you sent me a text and we're like sort of joking. Like, you're the only guy there talking about training older adults and like getting them up and moving. People are talking about chair exercises and you were like, hey, you know what? We teach our clients to get out of the chair.
Out of the chair. I don't want to be
chair.
anywhere near that chair.
And the person looked at you like, So it's not a knock on how other people approach their clients. It's that we have to move our clients on this hierarchy of functional aging. And the more dependent and frail they are, the greater their chance of death, right? Not
100%.
Just disability, but death. Exercise improves all qualities of health. There's no quality of health that exercise doesn't improve. The right exercise and the right programming. And again, one of the things that you like to say is something about that there aren't bad exercises. We could debate that. However, it's just bad programming, right? It's just wrong exercise for the wrong person.
Exactly.
So we want to help you strategize around that as well, so that when you leave this session, not only do you have great strategies and a systematic approach, but you can look at other people's information and say, hey, is that good information or is that kind of contraindicated for them? So.
All right. Did you want to talk about this a little bit?
Yeah, and what we want to do, as I mentioned, is many of our clients are coming to us in that frail or pre-frail condition. And it actually doesn't take a lot. We think like it takes a lot to move your client from below that line, that horizontal line, to above it. It actually doesn't take much. And we're going to share some research with you that shows you the benefit of what we're about to do. We have to train our older clients to be stronger, to be more resilient. And we do that through resistance training, through power training, and through proper progressions. So we're going to improve stability, we're going to improve rotation and power, because they're all interlinked. You don't have stability without the right strength. You don't have power without the right strength. You don't get good walking, optimal walking, and balance without the ability to rotate. So all these things are interlinked to help improve performance, and we're going to help you guys do that today.
Is this your client, Jack Santa, over here? Look at this dude.
Yeah, right?
Great beard. He's jacked.
He must be using
the popular dude.
The beard product.
The beard product, that's right. Look bearded, baby.
So most of you guys know me, Dr. Evan Osar. I work with my wife next to me in that image in Chicago, Illinois, Integrative Movement Institute. I'm a big believer in the quality of your life is proportionate to the amount of women you surround, great women you surround yourself with. I come from a family of 6 sisters, a matriarchal family. My mom was dominant, man. She was, we were just talking about that before we got on. My dog was female, cat was female, so I grew up with a lot of estrogen. So that's probably why I'm so sensitive now. No, I'm not trying to offend women that they're not strong, but they're definitely strong women. So my office, my team, all women, and again, I just attract women, except for my buddy here, to partner with. So what we really focus on is, again, just being extraordinary at those ordinary things. When people watch what we do, they're like, yeah, they're not doing anything special. It's just how we do what we do. We don't do anything special. We teach people how to breathe. We teach people how to squat. We teach people how to hinge. We teach people how to push, pull, rotate. We do the fundamental lifts, and we do them really well, extraordinarily well. And that's what we want to empower you with. Don't look for the magic formula. Look for the process. Focus on your process. We'll talk about that here today, and be extraordinary at what you do.
And I am Robert Linkul. I'm located here in Shingle Springs, California, which is just a little bit east of Sacramento. I used to own and operate Be Stronger Fitness, which was a older adult training facility, and COVID took us down. In California, we had fires, we had COVID. We're still dealing with restrictions from COVID in the state, and we couldn't make it. We made it almost a year, and we had to pivot. We had to change. And we started an online training program. We had our studio here that we recorded all of our TOA content, trainingtheolderadult.com. We said, hey, we've got to make this more than a studio. We need to make this into a full training facility, and we're going to have to transition. So we were able to take the majority of our clients, transition online. I have some clients that drive all the way up, and then we reinvented ourselves in a whole new community, brand new clients. We really had to redesign and redirect what we do. And it's been a beautiful change for me. I've been very lucky and very fortunate as well to have a wonderful woman in my life. That's my wife, Keegan, there, and our new dog, Whiskey. And then my kids, my girls down below, Peyton and Bristol. And I've just had a blessed opportunity to have such a good family with me. And I get to spend a lot more time with them here, training from home, working online, teaching, educating. This is where my passion lies, is having opportunities to work with folks like you. I've had a ton of physical limitations. You'll hear the stories as we go, as we get into my hips and my back and everything else. But basically, I'm the oldest, 40-year-old you're ever going to see. I started, and this will be a very quick story. I started in the world of athletics as a shot putter, discus thrower, eventually converted to hammer throwing, which is that video you just saw. In 2008, I was sponsored by Reebok. I was pursuing the Olympics, and I was less than a foot away from qualifying for the Olympic trials when I blew out my back. My back went out, and just a slew of other injuries that came about. I've had 3 hip replacements, one that totally dislocated and had to be a full revision. You see that dislocation there on the bottom right. I've had 3 surgeries to my wrist and repairs of ligaments and a cyst that had to be removed. And I had lung cancer from a carcinoid tumor, had my lung removed. I've had a hernia repair, thyroid cancer, my thyroid taken out. All these experiences, I'm not telling you all this to impress you, but an Alan Cosgrove line, to impress upon you how life isn't happening to you, it's happening for us. That's a Tony Robbins line. I really like those messages. I got to do something with this. Why are these things happening? It's not happening to me. This is happening for me. I'm having a unique opportunity to gain a perception of what it's like to be 80 at age 35, 36. And if I can assist and know, how to connect with the older population, to be empathetic, to understand where they are and what they're going through at this younger age, and then try to transition and teach that information to you guys, And I don't want you to go out there and throw yourself down a flight of steps and hurt your hip so you can have surgery and be like, now I know what it's like. Let me just tell you my story, right? Let me go through that and try to deliver that message to you, because feeling it is different than just hearing about it. But I want to deliver those informations and that education to you as best I can. And there's a lot that has come from this. This is a little gruesome, but I actually had a guy call me out once and say, I don't know if you really had what you had. So I like to show that to prove that, I've definitely had some surgeries and some scars. And we talk about the research out there. There's good research, and then there's not so good research. And a lot of this information that we're seeing is coming at an idea of, here's these general stats and some information that we have, and in the message that they're trying to deliver, the message of strength, of hypertrophy, of power is all just kind of blended into one, because a lot of the folks that are talking about this, they don't know what they're talking about. They think like powerlifting and Olympic lifting and bodybuilding, it's all the same thing. They think that the sports, it's all the same thing. They're really not getting the idea when you say, I'm training this person for hypertrophy versus general strength training versus power training, how different all those things are. So we've really tried to pick and choose that information as appropriately as we can with the most updated and most researched content that is accurate. We know that upwards of 25 to 45% of the US population has sarcopenia currently. It's estimated right now that 58% of those 70 and older have sarcopenia, and that number's probably higher because of the last 18 months, the year that we basically had of lockdown, people going from an average of 5,000 or 6,000 steps a day to 1,500 steps a day, and just this huge decrease in activity that's followed then by this decrease in quality of life. Less interactive, poor quality of sleep, poor diet, because now they're just not going out to do anything. So when this occurs, and we talked about this just a little bit the other day, Evan and I, in talking about the time frame for atrophy. If you do a workout and we wait a day, maybe 2 days, you're going to start to atrophy. And all that means is your pump, right? The swelling of blood is starting to restrict and it's kind of going back to normal. After about 72 hours, you're back to completely normal again. And if you don't train it, we're going to start to actually shrink. So you've gone from early onset of atrophy, a day or two after a workout, to you're now atrophying. But after 7 days, 7 to 10 days, you're literally losing muscle mass to the point where your function is going to be changed. It's going to be lackluster. At 14 days, you've lost your ability to perform. And research studies will support this. The one they did in the retirement home, it was 8% of power production was lost in 2 weeks of people not being able to be active and just do their regular thing. So we know that muscle mass is being lost, that function is being reduced. How powerful do you think people are going to be if they're losing their muscle mass? They're not practicing these skills, right? So all of our degenerations in the joints, all of our muscles, all this is starting to be affected. The bone, the joint, the ligaments, the tendons, everything is starting to be restricted. So now our quality of life, emotionally and physically, is altered, but also our risk for an injury and a bad injury to occur, it's growing with every day that's passing here, okay? We have all these limitations, all these things building up. We want to come into this as efficiently and as quickly, because the clock's ticking, guys, right? Like, I don't want to say like, oh, you're 85, the ship has sailed. We can still do some good, right? But you're 85. So I gotta find a way to implement this information as quickly and as efficiently as we can with this 85-year-old. But if you're 65, we got a little more time. If you're 45, that's even better. Like our 30 and 40-year-old clients, they get upset when we talk about fall prevention. And they're like, what do you think I am? And I'm like, hey, you're gonna be 70 someday, bro, right? Like, it's gonna happen. We're all aging. So it's not an insult to say, I never want you to fall down. That's a really good goal, right? And if you do, let's be so dense that you don't get hurt, right? So that's where I'm coming with my research. I know this exists. Nobody hates sarcopenia more than me, right? Like, that's my mortal enemy, right? I need you to be strong. I want all my people to be strong. So today, I'm going to show you base foundation, some really good strength, but then transitioning that strength into some good power movements based on a lot of this research.
If you followed my information at all, or Janice's information, you know we talk a lot about breathing. When you think about the thing that our clients do the most and do the most suboptimally, it's breathing. And people always, trainers ask me, I can't get my clients to buy into the breathing thing. I get the importance of it. Well, then you need to start to share the information. Exactly what Robert just shared, the sarcopenia, the muscle weakness, the power reduction. This study just came out in 2020. Aging of the diaphragm muscle. There's a 30% decrease in strength by the time your clients, and we turn 60 to 70. And that's, when you think about it, that's deconditioning. The diaphragm is a muscle like any other muscle. If you don't use it well, obviously you use it to stay alive, but you're doing the bare minimum to stay alive. And one of the things we teach our certification program, the integrative movement specialist, is your client comes to you and they have balance issues or they have walking issues, right? Their walking gait isn't as efficient as it could be. They maybe weeble wobble, real official term for that lateral side shuffle and gait that they have. They've been walking their entire lives. walking doesn't make your walking better. Learning how to be more aligned, how to be stronger, how to be more resilient, that will make your walking better. Just like breathing to stay alive doesn't make your breathing better. It gets less efficient. 30% decrease in strength, 20 to 40% reduction in pressure. And we'll talk about how pressure is really what keeps you upright. When we think about power, when we think about rotation, it's the ability to produce internal pressure so that we have a solid foundation to push or explode our hips and our shoulders and an object off of. If we lose that internal pressure, 20 to 40% reduction, that's almost, when you think about 40%, that's over a third less efficiency. So we want to make sure that we're helping our clients also breathe better. And if you look at impact of diaphragm function on balance, they looked at individuals that had actually thoracic cancer, and they looked at individuals, they compared the two groups, one who balanced well after thoracic surgery and one that didn't. And they said that the difference between the two groups is that one group just breathed better. They had more optimal breathing, so they had more optimal relative alignment and optimal pressure regulation, so their balance improved. So if that is impactful in someone who's had thoracic surgery, that can also be impactful for our clients that haven't had thoracic surgery and or who have had other types of surgery like abdominal and or low back surgery. And they've also shown that the muscle fibers have atrophied in people with chronic pulmonary conditions like COPD or other restrictive chest diseases. And if we look at the result of the study, improving muscle strength may have far greater benefits than just increasing the endurance of the diaphragm. Because remember, the diaphragm's working all day long to keep you alive. It has endurance. It doesn't have the strength to move the abdominal organs or to create that internal pressure we need to produce power, to produce resistance training or to support resistance training. So just some research to support why breathing becomes so important, how it becomes so important, so you can start to educate your clients about why they must work on it outside of your sessions.
And we also see some of these position statements and further information that's kind of brought out there that, again, speaks very generally about this. Some of these, especially the one on the right there with the NSCA, it's like 60-something pages. And yes, it's very good research information, and it speaks very generally about our kind of the basic things that we already know. We want to be able to go beyond that, the advancements of some of this, and get a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more. We got to get to that point where we're touching in terms of dynamic or power-based movements. So we're really transitioning and helping further into that fall prevention, these components. So a lot of the information is like just LSD, long, slow distance. It's walking and it's basic resistance training on machines. My point is we want to advance from that, okay? We see this really good research article that was done here by Brian Mann and one other gentleman. This was on stack.com, and I went back to find the other guy's name, and the article has been removed. So I'm not sure what the deal is with that. But Brian contacted me. I put up a post, and I said, this is great. I love the idea that we've got 2 to 3 sets, multi-joint movements. We're on these machines. They're working anywhere between 40 and 60% of their 1RM. And I said, and it's awesome that they're moving it quickly. They're being as dynamic and explosive as they can. And I said, but my question is this as explosive as we can be? Is this optimal power training? And I said, would it not be more efficient if we got to let go of it, right? And so I talked about Adam Archuleta, who was a football player with the Rams and the Bears a long time ago. And he had a very unique style of training with his strength coach. They did a lot of lifts on the Smith machines, and they would let go of the weight. He would bench press, he'd throw the weight and catch it, and throw the weight and catch it. He would deadlift, a high pull, throw the bar up, he'd catch it on the way back down. Very unique, probably not the safest style of training, but he was extremely explosive. Coming from like not the best genetic background, he built himself into a pretty good athlete who lasted 10 or 11 years in the NFL, which you gotta be pretty badass, to do that. So that style of training, like really maximize this, since maybe we're not going to ask our clients to move super dynamically quickly like this, and we're definitely not going to ask them to bound and skip and jump, and work through plyos or higher end plyos like that. Where can we really maximize our production of power? It's by letting go of the implement. So we're going to talk a lot about that today, implement in a couple of those or show you a couple of those that you can work with your clients there. Okay, and just a little bit further information. Yes, I think we can get more out of this. I want to get rid of the decrease the preparation phase, or excuse me, I want to decrease the follow-through phase where I don't have to change direction and like stop the implement and bring it back. Okay, like a single arm press or a jerk going overhead. I can be as explosive as I want and power up as high as I want, but unless I stop that implement at the top, right, it's going to go out of my hand. Well, if we had a giant sandbox we could play in and throw the dumbbells, that would be awesome. Most weight rooms aren't going to have that. So what can we do? That's what I want to arm you with today, right? Basic information of power. Power is work divided by time. Work is force times distance and moved quickly, right? So the idea is, can we maximize the production of this? Yes, I'm going to show you some exercises where the implement stays in your hand, the weights stay in your hand, and we'll move them quick. There's smart ways and traditional ways to do that, but we're going to take things to that next level where you will get to let go of the implement and have some fun, right? Our clients actually really enjoy this, especially when I print out a picture of my face and I put it on top of that bumper plate. They just start chucking, like a whole new level of anger comes out. But you'll see the nice, sweet little old ladies, and next thing you know, they're letting them have it. And it's just so great to watch that happen. Right here, she's like, this is really fun. And she's really enjoying that idea, that mindset. I'm like, wow, I get to let go of this. I get to let something go out of my control, because we never get to do that. And there's really nothing else where they just get to let go of it and like just hammer this thing. You mean I get to slam this as hard as I can? Have at it, baby. If you break it, you can have it. If you break it, this session's free, right? Like I just go for it, man. Let them have it. So with that kind of in mind, I want to give you some programming, some basic programming. These are our 2 program design blueprints. These, I call them mini macro cycles. And it's one gigantic 112, but it's broken into 2 6-week cycles that we train. And I want to give you this in terms of, this is a program that works for established clients that are already kind of lifting and they're like doing well. This will give you rep counts and sets and load and tempo, and we'll break all this down in a second. But if you're just kind of sitting here like every day, oh, we'll do sets of 10 today. Tomorrow we'll do sets of 15. And you're just kind of guessing stuff to do. That's where learning a systematic approach. What's your line about systems? You are as successful.
Oh, that's right. You're as successful as your systems.
Yep.
Basically,
you're as successful as your systems, or you fall to the level of your systems. And so I like to get it can be a real basic, like super simple blueprint or program design setup, but it's consistent. And you know exactly where you're going for 12 weeks in a row. And it doesn't mean it can't change. It doesn't mean you can't deviate as your things are going. But every time you go through this, you make it a little bit better. So if you ask me tomorrow, what are we doing? We're in week 5. Well, it's a strength gain focus. We're going to do mostly unilateral lifts. We're going to do 5 sets of 12 of our 2 or 3 heavier lifts that we're doing. That's going to give me a total of 60 reps per lift. 3 lifts, I've got 180 reps in. That's a lot of lifting, right? What are my tempos? Every lift is going to be a 2-to-1 tempo. So it's a pretty good clip, about 3 seconds per lift. And then how much recovery do I give them? We're lifting hard, so I'm going to give them as much recovery as they want, as needed, basically, is what we say. So now you go, what do we do now? Well, we'll get into hinges and rows and all this. I want to have at least 1 hinge, either vertical or horizontal. See here on the right. I want to do some kind of pulling action, a row or a pull from overhead or a vertical plane. I want to do some kind of push or press, and then I want to do something where our clients are going to split their feet. A loaded gate step, a carry, a step up, a split squat. If I get those 4 components, just those basic 4 components in every single workout, and it doesn't mean only 1 hinge, I just got to get at least those 4 in. And then I can build anything else, whatever else the client needs. Power components, more grip strength work, their ability to transfer, which is huge, carrying groceries, moving things about the house. And then can we work in some stability while we're building into that? If I cover those 4 components on the left, my 4 modalities on the left, the 4 components on the right, my 4 modalities on the left. If I build all that into a workout, now I know every movement action I'm going to do. I know all my rep counts and my tempos and my recoveries from my blueprint on the left. I've got a pretty good idea of what I want to do every day, but still you have that question of, well, what hinge do I do? What row, etc. So without getting too deep into that, that's what I teach in our method course and all that. And I build you through the libraries and all that. And I'm not here to plug that. I'm just telling you that you have a library. Everybody has this library in their head of all their rows and all their hinges and all their pushes. You guys should write all those out one day And that way you line out, I've got 40 rows that I like to do, and then order them from easiest to hardest. Well, there's your progression and regression chart. It really is that simple. And some of them might be a little close, just pick, right? Just get something on paper and go. So this focus that we're talking about today is based on power production. So you see in the order here of what we're implementing in those little breakdowns of week to week are themes, strength gain or power or muscular endurance or hypertrophy. In this example I put on here, it shows a strength gain component. And then we have, is it going to be bilateral focus or a unilateral? Can you go as deep as contralateral or ipsilateral? You guys can make that whatever you want. Okay, our rep counts, as we start to get into rep counts, is this a strength, or is it general? Is it hypertrophy? Is it muscular endurance? We're going to allow you guys to select that, but for the case of what we're talking about today, it's maximizing power. So we're going to work with some of our loads that are going to be like a 40 to 50 1 RM range. But with the older populations, what does that mean, right? How do we know what kind of load that is? So there's 3 things that I like to implement in trying to discover if the load for the client that they're lifting is best. And it's very judgmental. You guys are the judges, okay? I am the lifter. While I'm lifting, rule number 1, or the first thing to be judged is, can I achieve what you asked me to achieve? You said do 3 sets of 10. Well, the first set of 10, did I achieve it? If the answer is yes, okay, then the weight's probably 1 step to being the right weight. Can the technique be maintained throughout all 10 reps? So 7 or 8, somewhere in there, I start to falter and you say, hey, pull your shoulders or stick that butt out, and I can correct it and I can maintain it and I get all 10, then there's step 2. We're probably pretty close. The perceived effort, while I'm doing the lift, do I look like I'm dying, or do I look like it's the easiest thing ever? Do I get done? Was the tempo perfect? You know, the 2-to-1 or the 3-to-1 tempo? Am I all red and shaky afterwards? Do I have to stop and gather my balance because my valsalvic pressure was so much? Like, that perceived effort is huge for us too. So I have to see, can you do the lift? Can you maintain a technique? And can you not look like you're dying at the end of it? Then it's probably a pretty good load for us to move in terms of power production. But if I wanted hypertrophy, then maybe I'm looking for that. I can basically not do another rep, or maybe 1 more, but my technique will fail. Or I'll be so bursting full of red and blood, my eyes are red shot. I mean, that kind of pressure is probably not healthy for us either, right? So finding these ranges, it's very judgmental. If people are like, how do you know what a 1 RM is for this client or that? Are we going to test 1 RMs? Even on projected reps, right? We're doing a 10 rep max, and then we project what their 1 RM is. Is that really as accurate? Now, without going too deep down that we could talk about that forever, my argument is no, it's not very accurate, okay? It really depends on the makeup and the build of the person you're working with and so on. Genetics play a big role in that. So here's one of the examples of the workouts I want to give you, and I know I'm going quick. I want to make sure we maximize our time here. Okay, diving into this, power-based, you're going to, on average, typically, you're looking at 3 to 4 sets of an exercise, anywhere between 6 and 12 reps with that lift, and about 40 to 60% of a 1 RM, or in my little judgmental scale there, a 5 or a 6, maybe around a 7 on our 1 to 10 scale of RPE, rate of perceived exertions, okay? The tempo should be a 3-second negative, and then as fast as you can on the other side of it. So if I'm doing a rack pull or an RDL, I would come down in 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1, and then up as quickly as I can. So you could put, 3 to 1. I like 3 to fast. Just means like it's more than 1. I want it so quick and so dynamic that it's not even 1 second. It's less than a second. Okay. Anytime you guys see 3 to 1, 2 to 1, it's always eccentric listed first. The eccentric action followed by the concentric, which it's not always in that order. Think of bench press starts with eccentric, but lat pull down doesn't. Right? It starts with concentric. So somebody a long time ago said, this is how we're going to program. We always list eccentric, concentric, just so everybody's on the same page. So that's what we're talking about when you see these here under tempo, right? 2, 1, 1, 2 to 1, 2 to 1. So what's the third one? That would be an isometric hold under load. So with my rack pull, I would hinge 1, 2, hold at the bottom, and then up as quick as I can, right? So this gives you a little idea of what we're doing. There's my hinge, my row, my lunge, my carry, my overhead action, and then a couple of complexes or auxiliaries. So we want to think about full body actions our compound movements or our complex movements, whatever you want to call them, they should come earlier in the program when you're designing this. The more dynamic lift or lifts should come first. The single joint or auxiliary or simple, those are all the same terms, those movements should come a little later in the program. And the less dynamics should come later as well. So the order of the lifts, I have them right now. Do you guys think that's the right order to be in? Okay, second to the bottom is a vertical sandball toss. Okay, third to the bottom is a single arm snatch. So no, this is not the right order. Okay, when we look at the right order and transitioning to that, the sandball toss should come first. Then you would snatch. So you're actually getting to let go of the implement. That's more dynamic than the snatching action. Okay, then the rack pull, full body, posterior chain dominant. Then I would work into my drop step lunges. Still pretty active, upper body's isometric, but I'm getting a big split, a lot of joints and working. Then my loaded carry. There's a huge amount required energy in that, even though, again, kind of a lower body base, but this is really a full body core lift to carry all that load and transition it. Then I can do my rows, my little pull starts, okay, still multi-joint, and then the tricep extension. Right, so it gives you a little idea how to order these. So I reordered them here for you. So in your notes, you guys will have it in the right order. And that is an example of workout number one that you can have and kind of implement in. Yes, there's some basic strength, but we've covered all of our boxes, right? We've got a hinge, we've got a row, we've got a push, we've got an overhead, and then we have a couple extra things, a little auxiliary, you know, a little complex, a little isometric, or excuse me, auxiliary or simplistic tricep extension. Like those things are okay to build in. I have a client the other day, a friend the other day. You guys might know Lou Schuler. He's a great author, New Rules of Weightlifting, works for the Personal Training Development Center, Muscle and Fitness Magazine, Sports Illustrated. He's done all this. The guy, he fell and hurt himself badly. He blew out both of his quad tendons. And when they're taking him to the hospital, make long story short, they're going to get him out of the car. And he grabs onto the handles at the top and he lifts himself up, does a pull up, and he's swinging his legs out. And the nurse is like, "Don't hurt yourself, honey." And he goes, "Lady, I've been training for this moment my whole life," right? Like he does all these simple movements. He goes, all the tricep work and the bicep work and the pull downs, like all this, like I'm not hoping to get injured, but I know that someday if I hurt myself in my upper body is going to need to support me and help me. So knowing that our clients are maybe or are going to have an opportunity someday, maybe that they're going to be dependent on a walker or on a cane, something like that, we're going to need to build strength to help them with that. An ultimate goal is we want to get out of it, right? We want to get out of that, but let's give them the strength and the potential. I have family members. Both of my parents right now are not capable and able of doing these, right? I really wish they would, but they are not. These are learning experiences for us. It's the hardest thing to talk to our family members, and others will listen to us much easier. All right, so that's my spiel. That's my information from you guys. Again, that's like an hour and a half talk I would normally do that I tried to do in about 20 or 15 minutes. And these are the 18 lifts that I'm going to show you here in just a little bit. And I'm going to pass the torch over to my main man, Dr. Ev, and he'll talk to you a little bit about how and why we lose our power and our ability to rotate and such.
Awesome. So when we look at this topic, stability, rotation, and power, they're really the same thing. If you think about the umbrella of what improves and optimizes human performance, it's the ability to control your center of mass, the ability to rotate so that you can move and produce power, so you can do the things that you need to or want to. If you, in the event that you fall, you're able to power yourself off the floor. As Robert was talking about, my in-laws, I have a similar situation. My in-laws, both of them fell within a weekend. Neither one could get themselves off the floor. And it's awful to see that happen and to hear that story and to know that they're not that old and their health is just going to continue to deteriorate. So we want to give our clients the opportunity for success and have a quality of life to the best of their ability. So what do these things have in common? If you look at the picture of the child there, we all started that way. We were all relatively perfectly aligned. We had optimal breathing. We had optimal control. When we say control, that's motor control, how your brain is teaching your muscles how to work. And if you think about examples in everyday life, obviously we can look at Roger Federer in the far right image as a perfect example of an athlete that has the ability of stability, rotation, and power. But then if you look at these women from the Middle East and or Africa that walk miles upon miles with heavy loads on top of their head. That's the most efficient way to carry heavy objects for a long period of time. And when we think about, and again, I'm not trying to contradict anything that Robert's sharing or the importance of strength and conditioning, but when we look at those women, what do you see? You see like scrawny little women. So we see like women that have scrawny little arms, scrawny little legs. All of you watching this are stronger, more powerful, can lift more weight. But very few of us could lift that massive load on top of our head for miles upon miles. So what is it that allows these women to do that? They do three things very well. The same thing, if you look at the picture of Roger Federer, he's doing very well too. What does he do very well? He aligns. If you notice, like he doesn't randomly just walk up to the ball and smack it. No, he's practiced over and over. How do I align my body? How do I rotate? Can I rotate on an axis? We'll talk about that in a moment. Can I align my body? You see his hip, knee, ankle, foot. Perfectly aligned. There's no wasted motion in those high-level athletes. And same thing with these Middle Eastern women. So as Robert's sharing the lifts with you, you'll also notice that he'll set himself up very specifically. He won't just go grab a weight and just randomly throw it. There's a way you teach clients how to lift and how to present for resistance training as well as power training. So think about those principles that we'll talk about throughout the day: alignment, breathing, and control, and how do we take them so that we can improve rotation and maintain rotation and produce power and do it safely in a progressive manner. So your clients that maybe fall, they will trip and fall, we'll all trip and fall, but can they get themselves off the floor, especially when they're by themselves? I remember when I was a kid, and I used to mow the lawns of all these older women in my neighborhood. We lived out in the middle of like nowhere, so I was like pushing my mower like a half a mile to go mow a lawn. And I was going to collect money from this one woman, and I couldn't find her. I walked around the back of her house, and she's on all fours. I'm like, "What you doing down there?" And she's like, "Hey, can you help me up?" And she was like a 300-pound woman, and I'm like about 100 pounds, soaking wet. So I had to use all my might to get her up off the floor. And she's like, "Please don't tell my children that I fell," because they're the ones that actually hired me. And I'm like, well, she's like, "Otherwise, they're going to put me in a home." And you think about it's not much different today, right? Your clients, your older clients, their ability to be independent is directly related to themselves getting themselves around safely around their house. And if they can't do that, they're going into a home. And many of your clients want that independence. So we can help them do that if we understand and train appropriately some of these simple concepts. Oops. Oh no, what did I do?
Oh, yeah, you got it? Yeah.
Got it. So when we think about rotation, the simplest way to think about rotation, and this will lead into why we lose rotation, it's the ability to align. You think of a bicycle tire. Your bicycle tire, you have the alignment of the tire, the rim itself, and all the spokes that go down into the central axis of the tire. And then it sits upon the axle of the bicycle. And if the alignment is good, if the axle is aligned well, and you have the control, so you have the lug nuts or the bolts and the nuts of the axle tightened on the axle, then your bike rides efficiently or your car drives efficiently. As soon as one of those things are off, you change the alignment of the rim or the spokes themselves. You change the alignment of the axle, or you have control issues, meaning you loosen the lug nuts of your tire or the nuts of your bicycle. Now the wheel will wobble, and that's exactly what will limit how efficiently your bike tire will rotate. Now, if you think about the human body, it's the same thing. When you're aligned, if you think about alignment, you think about a vertical line going straight down from the top of your head down through the center of your spine, through your tailbone, or over top of your femoral head, your hip joint itself. That's the alignment. You're like your bicycle rim. The axis of rotation is that imaginary line that goes through those joints. And then your control is how your brain is controlling the muscles and the connective tissue around to produce and reduce rotation. So that's the simplest way to think about rotation. If we align, if we maintain that axis of rotation, if we maintain the right myofascial control, we have optimal rotation. Therefore, we can, when we start to throw things like a side toss or a side rotation pattern, we can rotate on the axis. Anything that interrupts your alignment, your axis of rotation, and or your control will ultimately limit rotation and ultimately decrease power production. So if you think about the best place to start with rotation, it's aligning what we refer to as the thoracopelvic cylinder or the core. It's from your first rib. So if you put your hands on your collarbones, so everybody put your hands on your collarbones, go straight back. That's your first rib. The top of your lungs are right there. If you put your hands on your sit bones, the bones you're sitting on, that's the bottom of your cylinder. So you have your thoracopelvic cylinder aligned. And if you think of an imaginary vertical axis, because when we do our rotation patterns later on, to actually our corrective exercises to get yourself aligned, you want to think of that vertical axis from the top of your head, chin lightly down, eyes looking straight ahead, and then when you rotate, you're rotating on that vertical axis. When the cylinder is aligned, it's basically a series of stacked rings, and you can see how ring-like this structure is. You have your thoracic rings, so your right and left sides form your right and left ribs form rings. You have 10 pairs of those. You have your myofascial ring of your abdominal area. So if you put your hands around your abdominal area here you have the transversus abdominis that attaches to your linea album, that fascial attachment here. You have the transversus abdominis that attaches into your thoracolumbar fascia. So this is a myofascial ring around that's connecting your thoracic rings to your pelvis, which is also a ring. So the better you align and stack this ring, the more optimal your rotation will be. So stand up, everyone. You've been sitting here a little while. When we think about rotation, what I want you to do is just lock your shoulders down. So lock your shoulders down and then try to rotate and see what happens when you lock your shoulders down. How efficient is that rotation? Like, it's pretty locked up. You will lock up the thoracic rotation immediately when you grip your shoulders down. And think about so many of your clients that are walking like this. That's basically gripping the shoulders down. No wonder why they will lose thoracic rotation. Now, grip your hips. Now try to rotate your hips. Your hips will not rotate when you over grip your hips. So I have a rule. I think I made it up. I pretty much made it. The first strategy to changing any issue, the first strategy, number one, become aware of it. Number two, stop doing the thing that's causing the issue. For a lot of your clients, it's stopping the gripping patterns that's limiting rotation. Because now, shake your shoulders out, shake your hips out. Let your shoulders float almost as if you have balloons or space underneath your arms. Now go ahead and rotate. You'll notice just by stopping gripping, you've improved your rotation easily. 20 to 30 degrees per side. Release your hips. Rotate your hips now, your pelvis. Now your hips rotate much better. Maybe you're still a little limited, but dramatically different. So stop the things that are stopping you or inhibiting you from getting optimal rotation, which ultimately then becomes optimal power production. If you can't rotate, you can't produce force necessary, because when you don't rotate, you can't lengthen the rubber band. That's what we're really trying to do. When we produce force, we're trying to lengthen the rubber band, lengthen the anterior chain. When Robert shows you the throws, we're trying to lengthen the anterior chain, preload it, so that then you can load it and release that implement, the sandbag or the kettlebell, whatever well, don't release the kettlebell. Don't release the kettlebell. Don't do that. but the sand belt, for example. So you need to preload so that you can then shorten. And the better you align, the better you're able to rotate. And rotation happens through all planes, whether you're going through the sagittal plane, transverse plane, or frontal plane. It's all rotation. We're going to focus mostly on the transverse plane rotation, but remember, rotation, it happens in all planes of motion. So the better we rotate, the better power production you'll be able to get your clients to manage. Okay? So again, think about that vertical axis and imagine the rib cage rotating around, those ribs rotating around that central axis, or the pelvis rotating around that central axis. We need that myofascial control. We need the deep muscles of your core. So your diaphragm, your pelvic floor, your transversus abdominis, the multifidi, all these little small muscles, your psoas, their job, their responsibility is to maintain the alignment. So when you see your clients that are very kyphotic, what you want to think about is like, well, it's not just that they have been deconditioned. That's part of it, absolutely part of it. It's also that their deep system isn't functioning as well as it should be. The best way to improve function of the deep system is through breathing, because the diaphragm is neurologically linked to all the deep muscles. They all pre-activate or contract before the superficial muscles to help provide joint stability. So the easiest way to improve that feed forward or that pre-activation of these deep muscles is to improve alignment and breathing. We'll do that a little bit later on today. However, we also need the big chains of muscles to work. We can't just rely upon the deep muscles. We can't just rely upon the intra-abdominal pressure. We need to also create global muscles, those big, long myofascial chains. We need those muscles because they're the power producers and reducers to control rotation. However, we need that foundation so that these bigger muscles don't compress the cylinder. And you can think of it like a soda can. The soda can, when the top is on, it's solid. You can throw that can around, it's not condensing, it won't be compressed. But as soon as you pop the top, now you can crush it with one hand. Whereas when the top is on, you can stand on the can, it's not compressing. As long as you stand directly on top of it, it's not compressing. But as soon as you pop the top, you can compress it with one hand. That's the importance of the alignment and the intra-abdominal and intrathoracic pressure control. And we need these chains to help maintain that. However, without the internal control, the myofascial chains will actually crush the canister, okay? So that's why when you see your older clients and they're sort of in this posture here, that's just their cylinder, their canister being compressed. So why does it get compressed? Why do they get these issues? Why do they lose power production? Obviously, sedentary lifestyle, right? We know that. Robert talked about the studies that show how dramatically, how quickly it happens, that loss of power production, strength, and internal pressure regulation. Obviously, trauma and surgery. All surgeries are traumas. You may need them. Maybe you have cancer. Maybe you need a joint replacement. Maybe you have back pain and you need back surgery. Maybe you had a C-section to deliver your children. Maybe you needed that, but it still creates muscle weakness, scar tissue, compensation. All surgeries have that. The more surgeries you have, the more you have compensations, the more challenges that you ultimately have to deal with. And that's why when your client gets to you, by the time they're 60, 70, 80, they've got a history of surgeries and traumas and injuries and a lifetime of compensation. So that's why this becomes so challenging. However, we want to give you the best strategies to help you address this. The most suboptimal strategy and habit your clients have is their breathing. That's the easiest way to enter their system and start to create positive changes in the right direction, and then start to move them towards some of the things we'll talk about here today. And pulmonary function is a long-term predictor of mortality in the general population. So again, the better your clients are breathing, the longer their life will be. So again, just give you more ammunition when you start talking with your clients about the importance of changing their alignment and their breathing. They did a study on healthy individuals. What they did is actually restricted their thorax. They put bands around their thorax where they restricted thoracic breathing. Chest wall restriction reduced forced vital capacity. How forceful your client can breathe out by 40%. 40%. When you think about most of your older clients, how well do they move their thorax? How mobile is their thorax? Not very much at all. And that's oftentimes why we start to see our older clients with a distended abdomen, because their thorax is so compressed because of their shoulder tightness, their back tightness, the lack of using the respiratory muscles, that all they can do is belly breathe. And that's why we say belly breathing is suboptimal breathing and will reduce power production. Get your clients breathing through their entire thorax. I'll show you how to do that so that they can better create a more stable foundation and produce force and power from the right place. Robert's over here messing with me.
Rubbing my belly.
Rubbing his belly. And again, here's a perfect example. Posture and breathing are linked. This is my client. If you look at him, he looks like many of your clients. The forward head, the forward shoulders, the increased thoracic kyphosis, distended abdomen. The breathing, watch his breathing. Because this guy will go to his trainer and his trainer was having him do belly breathing. And you tell me if belly breathing is helping him get better thoracic breathing. He looks like most of your clients, right? Breathing, the majority of his breathing is through his belly. His rib cage doesn't move at all. So when you're a belly breather, you reinforce belly breathing and you inhibit the ability to breathe elsewhere, into the thorax and down into the pelvis. So as I mentioned, number one key to solving any problem, you must stop doing the thing that's leading to the problem. Become aware first and then stop doing the thing. So if belly breathing is part of the problem, you have to get your clients to stop belly breathing. I'll show you how to do that once we get to the hands-on section. So We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Actually, we'll answer any questions. You guys have any questions about anything we're going to cover? This is setting up what we're going to do through the rest of our workshop. How are we doing with time?
We're right on. Like, we're exactly right on.
Oh, right on, man.
Perfect.
That doesn't happen too often.
Crushed it. I know it.
Evan, I got a question. It's Sarah Harris.
Hey, Sarah, welcome.
How's it going? Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the breathing. So how often should people breathe? Like I get my clients to do it whenever they think about it, but I just wonder what you recommend on a daily basis people should
Once
do.
every 3 seconds?
Yeah, I think probably.
Well, I mean focus breathing.
I
appreciate that though.
Yeah.
Sarah, if you don't mind, are you gonna be on the whole time?
Sorry?
Are you gonna be on the whole entire session to
Yep.
the end?
Yep.
Let's address that at the end once we get into some of our programming. So we'll talk about how do you program it, how do you get your clients, when to do it, how frequently to do it. Let's talk about that at the end if you don't mind.
Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions about anywhere we're going with this information?
Feel free to kick on your mic and go for it. Regarding rotation, please speak about stability and rotation. I think we're going to get to that as well.
We're going to get to that as well.
Yeah.
Because again, when you think about being able to rotate, you have to be stable on the axis. Let me step back here. You have to be stable on the axis so that you can maintain the axis. Because what you'll see with a lot of your clients is when they rotate, they're out here like this. They're rotating and they're not on the axis. So we want to make sure that we set our clients up for success. We're going to cover the exact strategies to increase stability so that they can have the best opportunity to be on the axis and create that rotary motion, the optimal rotary motion, for sure. Yep.
And Vicky said, how do you determine older adults 1RM, especially if they're frail, okay, deconditioned or mentally limited in pushing themselves? So another great question. When we were talking about selecting that load, basically you start with the lightest load you have available, and we determine, was that easy for them to achieve the reps that you asked for, 8, 10, or 12, whatever you asked, right? I need you to do 10. Could they do it? Was it capable to adapt via cueing if they weren't able to do it? And then what was your perceived effort in them doing it? Was it killing them? Was it really struggle, or did they do it super easy? And then I would go to the next weight and to the next weight, and you progress until you get to a point where you're like, okay, this seems like a decent challenge. I know this is a super simple answer, guys, but I don't think that your projected 10 rep, get on a chest press, have them do as much as they can on the weight stack, and eventually go, oh, they could do 10 with 40 pounds. Well, that means they could do 80 once, and then you've got that number. I don't think that works well. Number one, you're going to risk hurting people by saying, let's try to max out a 10 rep because they're not conditioned or trained for that. But number two, you're pressing on a pivoted machine, right? So a lot of those projected kind of estimated 1 reps based off of how many reps you can do with a lighter weight, not as efficient or as safe as you could. Start with light weights. If they're able to do the reps you ask, maintain the proper technique, and it doesn't look like it's crushing them, right? It's really too hard to do. They're overcompensating. They're using momentum. They're heaving away. It's getting ugly. It's too heavy. And this isn't a demographic where we're like, you have to work with 85% of our 1 rep here. I put that 40 to 60 on there to give you guys on a scale of 1 to 10. They should be around a 4 or 6. That's seriously how we do it. Like our RPE, 1 is 10%, 2 is 20%. So if the research says work between 40 and 60 of their 1 rep, it's on a 4 to 6 scale, 10 being the hardest, 1 being it's really easy. You're picking middle of the road weight that they can move quick, right? And you just got to use your best judgment moving up. Ideally, we want them to lift some heavier loads and move heavier loads, but very, very slow in progressions. Take your time getting there. Okay. How do you manage permanent kyphosis? Excuse me.
It's a great question. I'm going to show you a picture before we leave here of my client that has that kyphotic client. You can change kyphosis quite easily when your clients do the work. So one of the things that I learned from one of our IMS people, she's like, I can't care more about you than you do, right? So sometimes you have to tell your clients, it's like, I need you to do the work. Because you're going to give your client the best information you have, the best of what you have, but you can't go home and do the work. Your clients can change. If your client is ossified, right? So they're ossified like this, well, then you're not moving them because they're both, it's like they're fused together, right? But most of your clients aren't like that unless they have something like ankylosing spondylitis. where the bones are actually fused. Most of your clients aren't like that. When your clients come to you, they have to do the work. You can actually create changes in kyphosis. I'm going to show you some strategies of how to do that. You actually do that through the shoulders, some of the rowing exercises, and some of the supported plank positions. I'll show you how to change that. However, your clients have to do the work. Breathing is the #1 strategy to change kyphosis, because when you're like this, you can't breathe optimally 3-dimensionally. You will belly breathe. You will reinforce this posture every single time, because all the postural muscles are also respiratory muscles. They will keep pulling you forward to make the belly breathing more efficient. So the only way to get this permanently reduced is to lengthen so that you can use the diaphragm like a piston, so the diaphragm isn't pushing this direction. Because when you're like this, the diaphragm is just pushing this direction, hence the reason why your clients are breathing like this. So you need to be upright to suspend, so you can turn the diaphragm from here down, so the diaphragm functions like a piston down. That's what gets you vertical. So I'll show you how to do that later on today. Cool.
All right, last question here. Samantha says, I'm finding that most of my clients don't want to come back to the gym, and they want to train virtually. Recommendations on how to adapt these routines or exercises without using weights or heavy weights. So we do have our clients that are training online, and not to plug my course, but if you want to learn how we do it online, you could go check that out. It's OTOA, online training for the older adult. But we recommend a kit that they need to purchase. And it includes 4 different tension bands, some angle 90 handles, 2 different anchors they can put in the door. And then we ask them to buy a couple sets of dumbbells. Basically, when they say, well, I don't know if I want to invest in that, I'm like, the amount of money you'd have on that is probably 2 or 3 months of going to 24-hour or any other gym you're going to go to. So basically, it's your gym membership for a few months to get into this. Then you can say, hey, we've got some equipment we can work with. Maybe it's not perfect or ideal in terms of, hey, we're doing rack pulls today. I need you to work with 30s because you can handle it. If they have 15s or 20s, you make the best with what you got, for sure. But we do want to have, as Evan's saying, like, there's got to be some buy-in and some investment on their end. We're going to train at home. We need more than soup cans and backpacks. Right? We got to have some gear. I don't need you to have this whole weight room, right? But I need you to have some gear. So asking them to invest in a kit, either you purchase it all and have it there ready with you, or have an easy way to access and have them order that up real quick and get some gear at their end, and then you've got something to work with from there. All right, gang, let's take like a 3-minute break, and we'll come right back, and we'll get started with all of our demos. All right. Vicky.
Hey, Vicky.
Okay, let's remember to start at Vicky's comment when we come back for questions.
Okay.
Cool.
If I need to move the computer, do I unplug this left side of the computer, these 2 things?
Yeah, let me show you. We got some music on before us.
Yes. So
this mic is going to go because we're going wireless now. These guys, it's going to plug in. This is to the TV. That's the internet, so we can't unplug that one, but that one can go.
This
Yeah.
one, okay.
Yeah. So if you need to move it, we shouldn't have to move it from mine.
Keep these 2 connected.
Yeah. And if anything, like, you can unplug the power and walk out as far as that blue one will go.
Oh, okay.
We could do that if we need to, but I don't think we'll need to. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good job. I had another lavalier mic, and I can't find it.
I got one here.
You have another lavalier? Oh yeah, right on, man.
Is that the right type though?
Yep. Yeah, that's perfect. Cool. Yeah, I was just thinking for easy switch, you know, later on when we get there.
Just plug it into the other box.
Yeah, I'll just hand you this, and you'll just plug in, and we'll go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, gang. Well, let's go ahead and get rolling. We are going to dive into all the 18 exercises that I want to show you. And in terms of these exercises, there's going to be 18, but there's probably going to be a couple on either side where I'm going to show you some progressions, some regressions, or just some alternatives based on some of the more common limitations that come about with the older populations. Okay, so as we go through, if you guys have questions, please put them in the chat, and Evan will be over there managing for us, and we'll do mic'd questions at the end of my session here. I am going to turn on a little timer. If you guys hear this little ding that goes off, it's just keeping me on track. I want to make sure that I get my little ding. I'm going to make sure that I get all my exercises in here on a good time. There we go. All right. So in this first column, we are looking at sand bells, sand ball, sand bag, but the sandbags are a little bit harder to toss about. So let me show you the sand bell, and then I'll show you the sand ball as well. And again, the exercises I'm gonna show you guys, oh, there it is right there. I'm searching everywhere, and here it is right there. Anyway, thanks, Ev. I'm glad you found it, buddy. Along with my beef jerky stash, he found it. All the equipment I'm gonna show you, I'm not endorsed by any of this equipment. I make zero money from this. There are certain things that I'm absolutely in love with, and it's because of a limitation that I either have myself, and that's why I like the product. With my hand, my wrist injuries, my back, my hips, that kind of thing, there's certain things that I'm just in love with. So I promise you, I'm not plugging one thing or next because I get $5 every time I sell one. All right, these are the sand bells. I get them from Perform Better. I think they're a great product. They're very, very durable. They come from 2 kilos and go all the way up to, I'd say, 20 kilos, I think, or maybe even more, something like that. So you can throw these. And then on the other side of it is a sand ball. This company is Alpha Strong is the name of this company. And they don't come with the tape on here. That's how we designate how heavy each ball is. I have a certain color scheme that we go with. So these guys, very durable. They are made out of Kevlar, and they can get chucked and slammed and banged and all that, and they last very well, and they are poof proof, which means you guys have worked with a sandbag, you drop it and you see the dust go poof out the side. These are poof proof. They're double stitched and weld on the inside. I'm super anal about keeping everything clean, so the dust would just drive me nuts, right? So that's why we're using this. All right, so the first part of this is a chest pass. Have you ready to do some catching for me, bud? Is a chest pass. And with the chest pass, I like to start clients seated, okay? Using a sand ball that they are capable of moving fairly quickly. And in our attempts to do this, like if you look at the NSCA's guideline for testing upper body output, power output, you have to sit against the wall with your legs straight. Most of our clients aren't gonna go to the floor and they're not comfortable sitting there. So I'm fine with you sitting here at 90 degrees or parallel, and I'm gonna use the implement. You give the implement to the client first. You say, here, you can hang on to this. Oh, watch your back. Here he comes. Here he comes, everybody. Here's our mascot. Here comes the mascot. There's Whiskey. He's our new puppy. All right, buddy, head out of here. All right, so you're taking the implement, you ask the client to hold it first, and they get to feel like, okay, now I get it. You don't throw it to them first, it goes through their hands and hits them in the face. In this position, we're gonna bring the ball back to the chest, and it's okay if they rock a little bit, right? I'm fine with that, as long as they don't jump or push with their legs. I want them to come back, push the ball out through, and then you can walk it back to them, hand it to them. Go, bud. You can walk it back to them, or if they're okay catching, I'll usually do this. I'll take like 1 or 2 steps and kind of do a little underhand, and then on the next one, I'll go, okay, you ready? And then I'll give it a little bit more, and then eventually I'm like, okay, hey, we're playing catch now. Because now I can trust that I'm not gonna drill them in the face and just be like, heads up, bro, and chuck it at them. So we're starting with them seated. This way, and the big problem with any release drills like this is as soon as they throw, the momentum will continue. So if they're standing and they're like, you want me to throw this as far as I can? I'm like, yeah. And so they throw it and then they fall forward with the throw. They don't know how to put all of that momentum into the implement yet. So let's start seated and let's get them used to that. Ball to the chest, hands are neutral. I'm gonna rock, and as I come through, I'm pushing, and then we call it flick to pronate. When my wife was a javelin thrower, that was our big cue, is basically pronation, right? As you turn your hand over, you will pronate. You wanna push through and then flick at the end, and you're gonna flick to this pronated position. So I'm gonna come back, flick to pronate, and then after they throw it, I say, put your hands back in a diamond. There's no way that ball is gonna fit through this. But if they do this, it can, right? So I want you to do the diamond, and if you put the diamond up, there's no way my hand's gonna go. If anything, it's just gonna hit the ground if I don't catch it, right? Thank you, Ev. So we get them to go here, a good chest pass, there's the diamond, chest pass, there's the diamond, and I'm like, okay, they're kind of getting the hang of this. Cool, let's try our next one. Progression to the chest pass, back foot goes against the wall, and now they have something they can kind of push and engage against. So now I'm coming back, I can chest pass, I've got a staggered foot, so I've got my front leg as my brace leg, okay? Good, there's my timer. There's my brace leg to help me in my forward progression. Well, eventually I wanna go even, so it's gonna be a bilateral action here for me to chest pass, and then my ultimate one is gonna be a little power output, or we'll call it a little frog jump. Watch my feet, back up a little left. Watch my feet here. We cue this as off both feet, jump onto both feet. We don't prance. So here's the right way. Okay, here's the wrong way, right? And it happens a lot as people are transitioning. As they're getting ready to throw, they're like, strong leg, help me out. And they push off the strong leg. So we want them to jump off both, land on both. And when they land, they should be right back in their squat position so I could repeat, right? I could have them go throw, 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 right? And I can keep backing up as the coach. Perfect. So that's your seated chest pass up to a stagger, up to even, up to dynamic, okay? Everybody good with that? All right, next one, our slams. Slamming the sandball, not ideal, okay? Not ideal. You slam a sandball, we can start to break them apart. So I don't want to tax the product that much, even though they are designed to do so. What I like to start with my clients with a slam is from the kneeling position with an elevated floor, okay? I get an elevated floor, I don't have to bend over all the way down here to get to the implement if I'm not able. So I can kind of get into a little straddled position, kneeling with my toes engaged. So we call this a 4-point position. 2 knees, 2 toes. You're like, well, of course it'd be 4 points. What I mean by that is that my toes are engaged to push like a lunge. I'm not pointing them underneath me and then sitting back on a loose patella. You want to engage that patella, and you can put down like a knee pad, you know, something along those lines where the client's a little softer, engaged, put down your AirX pads or something like that. So I've got the floor elevated. Take my implement overhead, and I'll show you for some clients that can't go overhead, I'll show you an alternative. Once I get overhead, I want to see an engagement and a buy-in from the arms. We're going to lock in. We're thinking of it in terms of like a catapult, okay? The catapult action has a counter. They drop the rock or whatever, and the catapult goes, it slings it, chucks the rock or the flaming ball or whatever they're throwing, right? So here's our counter. My hip is the counter that's going to help me deliver this direction, this blow straight down through the implement. So basically we're practicing a hinge, but we pull our hinges so much, RDLs and rack pulls and snatches and cleans. We're pulling the hinge all the time. One of the few times where we're going to get to counter and pull vertically down rather than vertically up. We're going to get pulled down into a strike or into a hinge pattern. So this is a pretty cool engagement. Get the implement up overhead, buy in. The arms are tight and on. My core is on. Everything is going to move in one piece. It's like a door frame. The door, my hips down. The door frame, my hips up. Neither one of those things move independently on its own, just the hinge in the middle. Make sense? Everything else is just locked in. So I've got my buy-in, I'm locked on, hips are ready. I'm gonna throw my butt back and deliver right in the middle of the pad. As I deliver, I wanna strike, throw my arms back, and we call this the hood ornament, right? Like the Jaguar, the little guy on the Jaguar, he's like going out the front, right? The little Jaguar hood ornament, I wanna hit this pose, just hold it for a second, so I know you didn't round or just flick through the arms. So a couple of the mistakes. Rounding as I come down, so the throw is more abdominal based and not hip based. And the other one is just arming it the whole time, where I just flick from the arms and I'm just pulling from my lats, which is fine, but I want to counter it in with my hips, okay? So I've got my engagement, hip, strike, hold it for a second, proper pickup, strike, proper pickup, strike, proper pickup. And with each one of these, okay, take your time, gather, deliver. We want each one to be really, really done well in terms of like, oh, we got to hurry. I need 30 of these in 30 seconds. No, take your time. Let's do them good. Client can start to move a little lower here, or they get the idea like, hey, let's go to standing, okay? Now I can take the implement and same thing. If I'm going to throw my hips back and deliver on the bumper plate, D blocks, whatever you have that can take this impact, I don't have to go all the way to the floor to get this guy. So I'm not rounding my shoulders. I don't want to have any bad habits that are going to be introduced into something I'm trying to do efficiently. So if I'm hinging well and pulling well, but every time I pick up, I have to round my thoracic spine and tuck my butt because it's too deep, we've defeated the purpose, okay? So in position here, butt out, chest, or excuse me, up and overhead, engagement of the arms, throw that butt back, work your catapult, same thing, deliver the strike, show me the pose, and then squat, proper pickup, back overhead, show me the pose, return. Your clients that can't get overhead, same idea, it's just a shorter lever. Have them start here, right at forehead height, okay? Forehead height, they can deliver, and it's just a little bit more arm involvement, but really there's a shorter lever, so it should move quicker, okay? They just get a lot more arm strike. And as you work through progressions of landmine and pivot points or anything else to get better range overhead, you can start to work to overhead. Cool? All right, there's our slam. Our vertical toss. You can throw anything, sandball, sandbags, whatever you want here. The vertical toss, I feel like the sandball works best for this one. And we have 3 rules when we throw stuff. Rule number 1, never take your eyes off the implement. Rule number 2, never try to catch the implement. And rule number 3, pick it up properly after you've thrown it, okay? So rule number 1, don't take your eyes off it. I have a group and I'm coaching everybody. And I have a client named Melanie. And I watch Melanie, she rounds her back and she throws. And I go, arch your back, Melanie. And she goes, what? And she's looking to see me, what I just said, after she just threw a 6-pound medicine ball in the air. And this thing comes an inch from her face on the way back down. And right away, I was like, okay, number 1, don't talk as someone's backswing, right? Like that whole rule. Don't yell out instruction when they're in the action of. Number 2, let's really make an emphasis. Don't take your eyes off this thing, okay? Now, the next one is don't catch it. The sand bells may be a little bit different, but in this terms, look at all the handles and all the little, I mean, I get a finger in here and I'm coming out sideways. It's gonna snap, all kinds of stuff that I can get hurt on here. So if we're not doing chest passes where we're playing catch, this is the big vertical toss, do not catch it. And then the third, once it hits the ground, don't just come over and bend over, step to straddle, proper pickup, okay? We have something called a pre-swing. You gotta do a pre-swing. If we don't have that neuromuscular, like eccentric stretch catapult action, all we're doing is just a pushing, like quad dominant arm heaving throw overhead. I wanna get this pre-stretch 1, pre-stretch release, where my hamstrings are getting this big stretch, 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 load the catapult, pull, and they come through and help deliver this implement to overhead. So here's what it'll look like. Pre-swing 1, pre-swing, release, and I'll throw overhead. It throws, I'm watching it, it lands, I do a proper step to straddle over the implement, squat down, pick up, pre-swing 1, pre-swing, release, and return. This is a pull. It is not a push. which means we don't bend the knees, okay? Very common for people to come down in this hinge and bend their knees because they're thinking, I'm gonna push like a squat to throw this guy up. It's extremely difficult to push and pull at the same time. The mechanics of the body and the systems that work this way, you either want to pull or you want to push. So we have another chest pass that's a vertical chest pass, right? Where you hold the ball here and you squat and then set the ball, basically. You do a vertical throw. That's all pushing. In this term, if I'm breaking at the hip, this is all pull. I'm trying to pull this guy overhead, like I'm throwing it up and over a pole vault bar, right? Up and over a wall. Like I want absolute maximal height. Don't break the knee, okay? It's all got to come from this hamstring. Big stretch, just like my kettlebell swing. Let the weight come back, head and chest up, load, load, load. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to pull my hamstrings, pull, 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 pull. My arms are going to carry to the overhead. And when I come up to finish, I'm going to Y the finish, capital Y, when I come up. Some issues that will come about is the idea of like arming the lift. So we'll get to about here and then we'll arm it. They'll like flick from the hands and it'll either tear out early or go flipping way overhead. Just say, Y the finish, okay? Got to come up, Y that finish. And think of it like, remember Jordan when he hit that shot against the Jazz and he just left it there for a second? I just watched The Last Dance not too long, a couple days ago. And he just like held it there, like hold it there, come up, Y the finish, just hold it there, watch that thing. Now the perfect vertical throw lands right back where you were. Okay, the perfect throw, you hinge one pre-swing, release, and it lands right there, okay? So our clients have to watch. They have to be attentive, they have to stay focused, and you have to have the confidence, like they'll get the hell out of the way if they throw the perfect throw. So that is a between the leg vertical or a vertical sandball toss. All right, my last one, Ev, do you trust me? Come on out here, buddy. Come on out here. Stand right there. Right there, and close your eyes. Okay, it's gonna hurt me a lot more than your face. It's gonna hurt. Okay, the up and over. Basic idea, you can have your eyes open. I was just teasing you. He's totally trusted me, that was awesome. I appreciate it, man. Okay, the up and over is basically as it sounds. It's, I wanna try to throw the ball up and over a person that's right in front of me. So it's the perfect parabola. Up and over Ev, but I'm not trying to just throw it straight as hard as I can, and I'm not throwing it as vertical as I can. I want to get into a good hinge, and this is like a quartered squats because we are pushing now. And I'm going to come up and just over the top. I want this up and over. Now, you're not literally doing that to the partner. I'm just showing you, thanks, Ev. I'm just showing you the idea of the throw, why we call it an up and over. And if I trust the client, I'll stand about 5 foot in front of them and be like, throw it up and over me. I can get my hands up quick enough. Like I'm okay. If they don't make it, I'll catch it, right? So I'll be like, throw it up and over me. And they're like, are you sure? I'm like, hey, if you mess up, it's my fault, right? Because that's another rule of anywhere, any environment that you are in where things are being thrown. If you get hit, this is number 4, rule number 4. Really, it should be rule number 1. If you get hit, it's your fault. Like in the world of hammer throw, discus throw, if I'm in the ring and I throw and it hits you, it's your fault. It's not my fault. Okay, my job is to throw the implement. Your job is to pay attention to everyone throwing and get out of the way, especially if you're in the field, right? Like if you're standing out here and like, oh, we're all throwing and you just come walking through and get hit, that's not my fault. It's your fault. You're not paying attention, okay? We're all throwing stuff. So pay attention to what's going on. So that's a golden rule. If you ask my 7-year-old right now, Peyton, what's rule number 1? She'll go, never turn your back on the ring. We've like ingrained that into her head. It's a proud dad moment. Okay, anyhow, so you want to get up and over the client. Unlock the hip as we come up, power up, and we're doing that same. Flick to pronate, right? Up and follow through. They get a good put, right? Good put up and over, and then they come out, step to straddle, proper pickup, okay? Get into my position, unlock the hip, and we want to work this 45-degree angle. See where the opposite counter of my hip versus the 45-degree angle of my hands where I'm releasing, okay? 45 to 60, that's kind of ideal, right? Unlock my hip. I've got a little knee bend, but I'm driving through my hips up and over, right? As I put into this ball. And I'm using the word put because you are pushing, you're putting the ball. It's not a throw. There's nothing crossing. There's nothing chucking or breaking. We're getting through and we're putting this ball as we go out. I want their whole body to help me put this guy up and over as we go through. Have we got to log in there, buddy? Okay, for now, that's the end of the sandballs. We'll be back with some rotation stuff here in a few minutes. Hi, buddy. All right, pivot point press, overhead, and row. I'm going to adjust this. You got her. Adjust this here just a little bit. Okay, so when I show you this, you're going to be like, I don't have gear for this, okay? Most of you do. Most of you do have gear for this. Yeah, I think we got a live mic up there. Everybody on there, if you guys have your microphones on, just mute those for us, if you could, please. And you got another login. Thank you, Ev. Okay, if you guys have Olympic rings, right? Rings that you can do like muscle ups on or rows on. That's what these straps right here are. And then you can use any bar. You can use a straight bar through here. I just want to show you kind of the optimal would be a Smith bar, or no, a Swiss bar, excuse me, a Swiss bar, which are either vertical handles or angled handles, right? Now you could use just a regular 15-pound aluminum training bar with these two straps. That would work just fine for your like 80 and 90-year-old clients. No problem with that. You could use a 35-pound, 30 kilos, right? Or no, 15 kilos. You could use a 15-kilo woman's bar. You could use a 20-kilo men's bar. We're in frame there a little bit of. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, buddy. And you could use any of those bars, any of those progressions of just the weight itself will be a good challenge for you. Another login. So you're getting hammered with people right now, man. Sorry. All right. So my straps here, these are my Olympic ring straps. If you have a TRX, those long suspended TRX straps, if you have two of them, you've got two here. These straps are about $45, $55, depending on which ones you get. It's worth it. Trust me, this has been a game changer for us with our clients, getting them to do these lifts. And I like this, the Swiss bar. I almost said Smith again. I like the Swiss bar because of the neutral grip that you can get with the hands, okay? This neutral grip is great for our wrist, elbow, shoulder, hand injuries, arthritic injuries, carpal tunnel, any of that. As soon as we get to that like pronated traditional bar, we could have some issues with that internal rotation. Supinated grip, turn it all the way out, can be really uncomfortable at the wrist as well. So these neutral handles work great. I'll show you how to use a Angles 90 handle at the end, putting one of these guys on a regular straight bar, 15 or 20 kilo bar, and turning the handle. You can create your own version of this, right? Your own Swiss bar. So the idea of the pivot point is that I'm going to use the pendulum effect of the weight on the strap to benefit me on an eccentric strength loaded pattern on the way back, right? So basically, if I were laying on my back bench pressing and Evan were spotting me, he pulls the bar up and then I take the heavy load and eccentrically bring it down. This is time under tension training or eccentric training, right? Same idea, we're just getting rid of the spotter. So how do I get the benefit, or how do I take a pendulum effect, right? I'm basically gonna swing the weight up, use the strap and the levers here, swing the weight up. And now this weight wants to come back swinging at me very hard. And so now, whoa, I got tension. And I'm gonna benefit eccentrically bringing it down. Now I've got a 40-pound bar plus another 40 pounds. So I've got about 80 pounds here that I can work this pendulum effect and do it rather dynamically. Boom, punch it out here quick, and then load the cannon slow, boom. Load the cannon slow, boom. So now I'm getting my power training, boom, okay? Where I'm changing direction with a lighter weight, using the pendulum. This helps, it's very easy on my joints, but I'm getting this power training component of moving a moderate amount of weight, okay, mid-range weight, quickly, but then the benefit of the eccentric control coming down. So I'm going power, fast, dynamic, quick, and then the best version of strength training I can get to help me on the way down. Like, is that not the perfect pairing of some type of upper body lift for our clients? I get to maximize as hard as I can, as fast as I can, and then lower that down really slow and reap the benefit of the eccentric load coming down. I absolutely love these. My clients love these. Now, I'm in a 14-inch rack, which means it's only 14 inches off the wall. So I'm in a counter, like a wall set, like a crappy wall set. I'm in like a 45-degree wall set. Most squat racks, it's a big cage. And you'll ask your client to just be here, okay? And the pendulum would then be vertical where I'm at, and they can push and return, and do this same thing from a split stance, not necessarily having to be in this seated position here. So let's take this from chest press to overhead press, right? Same movement pattern, same action. I'm just going to commit a little bit further. So right now I'm engaged with chest and tricep dominant, chest and tricep dominant. I'm going to commit a little bit deeper, take the bar all the way to overhead, and now pretend I have the bar there. Okay, I'm here and I'm committed. If I straighten up from that, I've now trained my overhead movement pattern. I'm just training it this way, okay? The leverage of my body, my shoulder, my arm, my hand, elbow, wrist, all that, that lever is leaning against this lever of this strap. Imagine a landmine, the bar, right, that pivots on the floor. Imagine that bolted to the ceiling. So now I've got this pivot point from overhead, and I've got a pivot point from my arm. That's what this is. Two levers can move a greater amount of weight together in a longer movement pattern. And even when one of the levers is limited, it'll get an assistant from the other. So let's say I can't, there's nothing structurally wrong with my shoulders, right? We've tested this. I just have a frozen shoulder, which means the musculature of my shoulder is not used to or has not paved a path to go vertical. So the way for me to get there basically is to row a better scapular position to allow my arm to go overhead, but to train my delts and to train this pattern in a movement pattern assisted somehow. So I can hold a landmine and I can pivot with the landmine, or I can bolt a landmine to the ceiling. That's what this is, right? My version of it. And I can lever from here. So not only are we going to improve our range of motion, it's going to increase in load as I do so. And then I get to reap the benefit of these. And so again, we're adding another perk to this action of I want to be able to swing that weight, power the weight to the overhead, slow control, slow return, go, quick, slow, reap the benefit, go, power. Okay, each time I commit and I reach to that overhead pattern. So the leverage of the arm and the strap increases my range. I'm maximizing a good load. I'm getting that eccentric component back. I'm exploding up with power moving out. Upper body power is just as important. Well, maybe not just as important, but pretty important compared to lower body. Maybe 60-40, okay? All right, so we're doing good on our time here. I want to show you one more advancement with this. These are Rogue short bands. And I'll show you a close-up here in just a minute. Basically, it's like our regular bands, these guys, the super bands, but they're really short. They're only 12 inches long. And so you can use these and hook them onto safety pins here, or loading pins. And basically, I have an accommodating resistance, a band resistance, progressive resistance on the load already existing. So I've now got my 80 pounds, which is going to be 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, and then back to 80, because that band is really making it tough for me. So think of my power component now, right? Before I was trying to like drive this and explode out, push it out as hard as I could. Well, the band's going to stop me now. So I've really got to buy in. Boom, good control. Wow, that's heavy. Come back down. Boom, good control. Really take it down. Now, okay, neutral position. Think of your client, 60, 70, 80 years old, okay? Any action from here, wherever the position of the hand and the grip is, they can be at any height working with any load. The value of the lift and all those four things we just talked about, from leverage to range of motion to strength gain to eccentric to power, 5 things, all of that can benefit with 100 pounds or with the whole thing being 15 pounds and they barely even feel it. I'll show you videos, okay, in just a little bit how we can get into that. All right, into the row now with this one. Same idea, same action. I'm just going to kind of counter my hips on the opposite side to a point basically where the strap, it's not holding me. If the straps were to break, I wouldn't just go tumbling back, but I'm sitting back pretty decently against it. I'm going to row into the chest nice and tight and again, work the eccentric release on the way out. Row in quick, let it out nice and slow. Row in quick, let it out nice and slow. I can do this with just regular weight, okay, that's just sitting on the bar, or my accommodating band resistance here at the end. Now, let me show you guys these, right? So it's just like a regular, 1/4 inch band. Just instead of it being 41 inches, it's only, I think they come in 9 and 12, and they're great for little lifts like this. You can attach them. They're designed for this, but I think the original intention was to hook the base of the squat rack or a lifting platform and hook over a bar. And so when you deadlift, it gets heavier on the way up, right? Kind of same idea. Similar to the chains, the accommodating resistance, it gets heavier on the way up. All right, so those are our pivot points, okay? Basic idea, work those little straps, $50, $60, you might already have them, plus a regular bar, you're golden. It works in any squat rack. And again, I'll show you guys some videos here in just a few minutes of our clients doing them. All right, our kettlebells, swings and casting, okay? Swings and casting, based on digital hand raise. You guys all have a little digital hand raise. You'll see it underneath or next to your name up there. Give me a digital hand raise if you have swung a kettlebell before. Okay, I want to see how many people have swung kettlebells. Everybody see that little button on there? It says hand raise. Yeah, go ahead and hit that. I want to see how many of you we get active on that. Okay, quite a few of you. Nice. Okay, go ahead and hand raise down or lower hands. Now, how many of you have cast a kettlebell before? And what that looks like is this, okay? Single arm casting, okay? Cast the weight, return, cast the weight, return. How many of you have done casting before? Okay, digital hand raise there, couple, 4. Yeah, just 4 people? Okay, cool. So when we talk about swinging, you can go and raise your hands again. Thank you guys. I love that. I love having that interaction. Okay, when we talk about a swing, in my opinion, this is how the swing should be, okay? If I were on the roof and Evan were down here on the ground, and I said, Ev, I'm gonna throw you this really heavy thing. I want you to catch it and then throw it back to me. How would you want him to catch it? How would you want to catch it? Okay, I have a huge medicine ball and I throw it to Ev. He's waiting here and he's gonna grab it. He'd want to use the eccentric stretch of the momentum to change direction and throw it back up. Would you agree, right? Maybe you catch it at the chest and you try to chest pass it like a wall ball. I think you probably get more out of pulling your hams than you will pushing with your knees, yeah? So take that concept. I want to have weight that is going to fall back down to me. And I want to be able to take it, decelerate it, re-accelerate it, and then repeat that as many times as I can, as tightly as I can, as quickly as I can. So basically every movement has 3 phases of movement. This is preparation phase of an RDL. This is acceleration phase of the RDL. And my follow through is this little tiny bit at the top where I go, I'm done going up, it's time to go back down. So it's prepare, accelerate, follow through, prepare, accelerate, follow through, prepare, accelerate, follow through. It's literally that quick. Follow through is just whoop, and we're right back down again. But you see some swinging techniques where the kettlebell comes out to head height or even higher. So now it's prepare, accelerate, follow through, prepare, accelerate, follow through. There's this huge long period where you're waiting. And when you wait, what's going to happen on the drop of the weight coming back? It's going to be greater force. So depending on who we're working with, we are having people out there who are going to throw implements that you have to catch off the roof, throw them back. Basically, we want to get the benefit of the deceleration, the acceleration as quickly as we can, as many reps of that as we can. So we call this a low swing or a tempoed swing. As I hinge, I'm going to push the implement behind me. As I come up, I'm going to let the weight counter opposite my shoulder blades and a little bit of a cast here to the implement out. So I'm going to go RDL, counter, RDL, counter. So I'm not really going quick yet, right? Everybody see that? All I'm doing is this little standing counter at the top, but I'm pushing that weight behind me. Then I'm going to increase my tempo. Increase my tempo, increase my tempo. A little faster, keeping my arms tight, everything's engaged. Brace, return, brace, return, brace, return, brace, return. Okay? This is our low tempoed swing. See how short the follow through phase is? All I'm getting is the benefit of eccentric accelerate, eccentric, accelerate. So I'm getting that great hamstring stretch and the fire up, and then I'm right to it again. I'm basically cutting the follow through entirely out of this as best I can. There we go. So that's our version of a swing. And I have 85-year-olds that swing kettlebells. They're 8 kilos, but they're swinging them, right? They're getting that eccentric prep and firing, and they're getting these little efforts of power, eccentric benefit. Power, eccentric benefit. Didn't we just talk about that right here? Power, eccentric benefit. These are the win-wins of our lifting. It's power and then the best eccentric piece I can get on the other side. In this case, it's not really slow. It's just a huge eccentric stretch that I get to like slingshot forward, okay? So RDLs turn into tempoed RDLs, or just a little faster RDL, and that eventually turns into our low swing. I think those are probably the best swing techniques for aging populations, those with hip or back injuries, specifically back injuries. As soon as you start carrying that follow through to shoulder height or higher, you've got a lot of momentum that's swinging back down. And if people can't hold it in the perfect position, it's probably going to fatigue out and their back's going to start doing more and more. We've all seen really ugly swings that are super back dominant with their butts tucked underneath. I would rather you basically just master the RDL and then start to accelerate that pattern a little bit and then just brace your arms. And if you just lock that puppy in, you guys will feel this eccentric stretch and explosiveness up that is super dynamic, and it gasses you. Sets of 30, sets of 40, if we work more muscular endurance, it's exhausting. You'll feel your shoulder blades fatigue from holding your arms and engaging your arms while you swing. And you're like, this is supposed to be a hamstring exercise. My shoulders are getting lit up, okay? Yeah, I see some comments coming. You guys fire away in there. Someone asking what RDL stands for, Romanian deadlift or stiff leg deadlift, all interchangeable terms. My bad, not saying that. Okay, casting is very challenging or difficult for clients to learn in the beginning, but that's where these little like 2 and 4 kilo kettlebells or just a dumbbell can come in handy. It's totally okay to do this. And you'll find, I used a term called in traction. It's not a real term. Basically what it is in terms of, I want to feel like I'm pulling my shoulder and I'm intracting it, like I'm pulling it in to the joint. I'm holding everything into my shoulder really, really tight. Basically, you're activating all your musculature and turning it on. But when you're using cues like this for your client, like I want you to pull your shoulder into your chest, intract, and they're like, durr, and I see muscle, and all of a sudden that's on. I'm like, okay, we're on. It's gauged. That's what I wanted. So I'm in my right hand. I've got my left foot forward, okay? What we're eventually going to turn into is like a short split stance squat, basically, is what this will turn into. The cast at the bottom, I basically want the client to just start learning a little rhythm of just this slow little swing, okay? And if they can do this and keep their arm engaged, what I don't want, watch me here, watch my arm, is I don't want their arm to start dangling. I can't do a lot of these because it hurts my shoulder, right? You can see I gave to it, number one. My shoulder, I shut all this off. So basically it's like, it's stretching out like it's going to dislocate, right? Not really, but I'm not engaged. So I'm just joint on joint. And you saw as the swing went, like it's just flopping all over the place. There's nothing engaged here. But if I'm straight and my muscles are on, I can combine like feel their arms, be like, wow, that's on. You're intracted, right? And I can get this rhythm swing where I see their muscles the whole time. Okay, and there's a little rhythm to this. Just this can be a challenging cast for a client, right? Just holding this position. And I like to kind of work the arms opposite, and almost like we're running in place here, right? Now, as they start to get more confident, you can take the cast and just go a little higher, and then you can start to change direction by pushing it back down, pushing it back down, pushing it back down. Progression from there, you feel like they're getting the hang of this. They're engaged, they're intracted, they can get this swing. We're gonna have a turnover at the top. So the kettlebell will come up and it can turn over. I'll show you 2 different ways to do this. But basically you grab it at the top and then you're gonna cast it, throw it back down, grab it at the top, cast it, grab it at the top. And you saw when I went there, watch how it happens with my legs. I get a little down and then I'm driving back up with my legs. Down, drive up, down, drive up. Basically what this is doing, guys, is it's a split screen. It's like a more dynamic version of a split squat for a client, clients that can't split squat yet, right? So if I wanted them to do scissors or dynamic split squats, and they can't do that yet, I can teach them this, okay? This little cast here where they can drop and push, drop and push. And you'll feel in the action of doing this, my front leg, my glute is what burns more than anything. I did like 4 sets of 30 on each arm this morning, and Ev was in here watching me. And I get done and I say all my curse words. What I'm cursing about is my glutes just burning like a mother from having to push and drive this implement up. Because you start to get more dynamic and it starts to get a little more explosive. You turn your hand over and you accelerate the cast by throwing it down. Throw it down, throw it down. And now I'm chopping wood here, right? I'm getting work. There's a lot of core going here as I start swing casting. This is probably one of the more technical things we teach. It'll take clients a while to get good at this. But if you just start with that little muscular engaged swing here, only benefit we're gonna get, good benefit at the shoulder, the elbow, the wrist. They take 4 or 8 pounds and just start to swing it. Just that pull and they're in traction, tightening in those joints, gonna give them great benefit, okay? And you can start to build up to get a little more dynamic. Maybe you get the legs starting to get into it. And just those like 10 I did at that high tempo, you hear me breathing? I'm feeling that glute, man. It's one of my favorites. Literally do these every single week. And it helps keep all my joints healthy. It's a very cardiovascular exercise you can do, but there's still weight. We have something called HIRT training, high intensity resistance training. Instead of HIIT, it's HIRT, resistance training inclusions. Awesome, okay? One of my faves. I wish I had a little more time to work with those with you guys, but I will make sure I get all these in here. When Evan and I do these, we always go, let's do a little less and talk more. And then we start to program it and I put it together and I'm like, but I got all these cool things I want to teach them, right? I want you guys to get a bit of this. Like, that's why I'm dinging. I'm like, every 5 minutes, if I can give you 5 minutes of stuff you can start to work with your clients on, think of all the cool things that will come of this. So I want you to leave going, hey, they didn't not give me a lot of stuff, right? We got a lot out of this. Maybe we want more in depth, come back another time and I'll do that, okay? But I want to give you guys some good stuff. Okay, the snatch. You get that one from me, Ev? Thanks, bud. The snatch. The snatch means bottom to top as quick as you can in one action, okay? I always think back to Kung Fu. You guys remember Kung Fu, like back in the 80s, 70s, 80s? And he's like, can you snatch the pebble from my hand? In one action as quick as you can. From bottom, basically the top of the knee, to overhead as quick as we can. We'll teach this in a very muscular manner first in what we call a muscle snatch. Basically, it's just training all the actions. I'm gonna do my hinge or my stiff leg deadlift or my RDL, top of the knee. I'm going to, as I come up out of my RDL, I wanna transition the momentum of my RDL into a high pull, where that high pull gets my elbow to clear my ear. You guys see that elbow popping up there, right? I want it to clear my ear. Now, what you can't see with a fat bell, which I can tell you more about the fat bells, but basically it's a hex bar for your hands. Think of the benefit of the hex bar around your hips. It's a hex bar for your hands, okay? Is as I'm high pulling, I'm turning the implement a little bit to be comfortable wherever I want it. Where when you're grabbing a bar or a kettlebell, you're pretty much stuck, right? There's a lot of internal rotation. It turns into like maybe a dynamic upright row, which I'm not a huge fan of. But these high T pulls, we call them, where the elbow comes up and apart and then eventually transfers to overhead, I find them to be very valuable. Our clients really enjoy them too. A lot of clients and people like myself, I have a Buford complex, which means I've got like a 40% open gap of my labrum in my right shoulder that just isn't complete, it's just open. So my shoulder can literally slip out. It's happened maybe 8 or 10 times. Usually when I'm sleeping and I've got my arm under my wife or under my kids and we're cuddling on the couch and it just slips out and it hurts like a son of a bitch. And a lot of my clients have these very similar situations or the issues where repetitive overhead pressing becomes very bothersome, but I still want to train overhead actions. So how can I do that? Well, I can pull to overhead. I can still get my overhead classification for the day, but I'm not necessarily pressing there, okay? So I'm gonna hinge, use my momentum from my hinge to where I basically sling the elbow up. And then eventually I'm gonna turn this over and push through, right? So muscularly, a muscle snatch will look like this. 1, 2, 3, negative overhead press, negative hammer curl, hinge, up, press, negative, negative. 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 Notice my press went away. Now I'm just pulling all the way overhead. I went from muscle snatch to just doing snatches now. My elbow, my arm basically is a whip, okay? And I'm taking that whip and I'm smacking it out there. And at the very end is the kettlebell or the fat bell, right? So I'm whipping my elbow up overhead, negative, negative. Start with that muscular engagement and master the good hinge and the high elbow. This elbow has to get to ear, right? For us to get the idea of turning over or transferring over. Or else it turns into a hinge, bicep curl, overhead press. And I don't want reverse curl overhead presses. I want the shoulder externally rotate to high pull and reach as we get that weight transferred to overhead, okay? You guys have seen the commercial with the old man. It's like, I guess it's a credit card company or a bank company or something. I don't even know what the commercial's for, but I love this commercial. Old guy, he's got a kettlebell. And he pulls it out of this shed and he drags it out. Oh, he's like 80 years old. He drags it out and he picks it up. I'm mimicking. He picks it up and he brings it high pull and he presses it and he drops it. Oh, and he walks away holding his back. And he looks over and the neighbor's like, old man, shouldn't be doing that, right? So the next day he comes out again, he's doing it, he hurts himself. And eventually he's, you're like, oh man, he sees this picture and he gets remotivated. Next thing he comes out, Rocky music playing, he's got his headband, his jogging suit on, right? And he keeps grabbing this kettlebell, he brings it up, yanking him. Okay, the kids are mocking him, they're picking up their dolls and pressing them, they're doing all this stuff. And eventually he starts getting really good at it. He starts squatting and high pulling it. And next thing you know, he's doing a little squat into a heartbeat, right? So fast forward in the winter, Christmas, goes over to his daughter's house. He's got this package. Grandkid comes running up, opens the package, and it's a star. And he picks her up and holds her up, and she puts the star on the tree. And I'm like, I mean, just instant tears, man. I just lose it. I'm like, best commercial ever. That's functional training. Like, it just hit me. And I'm like, hell yeah. A lot of these actions, you're like, why do snatches? Because we reach overhead. Right? We do that, right? You need to put shit away over your head. You need to reach and do things overhead. This is part of function in life. We don't take one arm and press on a machine, right? That's just stuck while you're seated. Like, this is one of the more functional things we're going to teach our people. But let's say you have a client, they just can't go overhead. There's structural damage to the shoulder, AC separation, torn labrum, something, and they can't go overhead. They can still do these actions. Hinge, high pull, hinge, high pull. And I call it a high T pull, up and apart. So look at my level shoulder position, okay? Hinge, up, pull apart, high T pull. Right? I'm trying to externally rotate the shoulder, adduction, pulling, getting some engagement. I get that high pull action momentum. I just can't transfer it overhead yet. That's okay. Your really dynamic clients, watch this one, close grip snatch. All the way overhead, right? High pull and reach, watch my elbows. This is not a swing, okay? Not a swing where my arms stay straight. Hinge, high pull, reach, back and down. Two-handed snatch, okay? For the clients that are capable, very, very advanced, up the line. Snatches are great, guys. The combo of doing snatches and those vertical tosses with the sandball, those two pieces work really well together. Okay, it's all about acceleration. One you get to release, the other one, not so much. Okay, the tank. I'm excited to show you guys this one. The tank, basically any prowler that you guys have, okay? Any sled, any prowler where you can engage on and basically load a walker, I think has great value. I'm excited to do a presentation on this in the future that's just focused on this action. Now, I like this tank. It's made by a company called Torque. And the reason that I like it is there's tensions, there's gears here. First, hear this. Second, third, neutral, first. And they're magnetic, so there's no belts to break or slip. The magnets basically just get closer and they provide a consistent tension. So this is my loaded walker. I have my clients that are based on walkers, and they're doing this here, okay? The problem with this is, number one, we never really get to extension at the hip. Number two, we're encouraging this lordotic, kyphotic position, the forward, internal rotation, leaning, driving. So in this position, I want to get my client to be more comfortable in a gait step. Extend your base. Your little tiny triangle right now, right? I want bigger. To me? Yeah, what's up? I don't think so. Oh, yeah, I don't think so. No. Yeah, no problem. So in this guy, these gait steps, these variations in here are giving us your spinning top, right? This perfect little top when I'm taking these little baby steps. And if I get out of alignment once, I'm going down hard. So how can I practice my client? They're never going to learn what it's like to take a bigger gait step unless we practice taking bigger gait steps. So let me give you something you can lean on, you can engage on, and practice this. As we're going here, I'm asking them not to take little baby steps. We're already good at that. I want them to work through extension at the hip. Push off, push off, push off, return, return, return. In either direction, wherever I'm taking this guy, I'm gonna work a bigger gait. Forward, awesome. Backwards, even better. Because 70% of our falls are gonna occur backwards or to a 45-degree angle lateral, right? So if I can practice lowering my center of mass and throwing a foot back under all this tension, like how good will I be lowering my center of mass and throwing my foot back when it's just me? Right now, I've got 100 and something pounds of pressure, right, pushing on me, and I have to down climb, down climb, down climb. All right, here we go, coach. Let's power it out here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get some extension, down climb, down climb, down climb, okay? I love this thing. We'll take it to the track and we'll do 100-yard pushes, or I can hook it up in here with a band and just let that tension go, okay? Even as simple as little chest passes, right? And just getting a little upper body explosive. You guys, a lot of these people like to, where do you have like regular clients do it? Wait till I show you the videos, okay? I've got 30 clients come in here a week that do this and they love it. They like look forward to it. It's one of their favorites. So I love this thing. It gives me such a good opportunity to work extension of the hip. And what I mean by extension is not from hinge to neutral. I mean from standing to behind us, right? Like good hip extension. When you have an ankle, hip, knee, or back injury, that kind of goes away. If you're not an athlete in training, that kind of goes away. Think about it, like when do we do that? If you run up hills, if you go up steps, maybe if you take two at a time, like can you think of another time where you actually work that kind of extension at your hip? It's pretty rare, okay? So that's where having something like this, we get to embrace and place our core, lower our center of mass, engage our core against this, drive out to good tensions, control it, and practice being down low, athletic. They don't have to worry about falling down because their loaded walkers got them, right? But I got a bunch of tension and a bunch of different direction kind of components that I can work with. Fast, slow, dog slow, like really engaging on it. And then you can drag it and you can pull it backwards. You can row it. Like I'll show you all the other options on the videos. Okay. Really good stuff.
What's attaching to the tank to the rack?
Yeah, I've got my low anchor back here is just it's a clasp to the rack. So I have these little clasps here, these guys. So these just anchor into the bottom of the rack. These are $25 with Rogue or with whatever rack company. And then I've got a 2 1/4 inch band, big black one. I've got a 2 1/4 inch, and then I've got a strap hooked onto the back of the tank here. So as I'm going out, you guys see it? You see the strap there, right? And then if I let go, I mean, it's coming, right? So there's some pretty good tension on there. Now, if I want it to be harder, I could take it to level 2. The tension's in both directions. So it's not like a free-for-all release. I could put it in 3 and put it here and it'll come back real slow. Really good tensions in here. I love it. When Ev tries to go under and it's like his back like Humpty Dumpty coming across. Okay, so moving on from the tank. Anti-rotation. I'm wrapping here. I'm getting pretty close. We're doing good. Anti-rotation. I want to do isometric holds, step-ups, and split squats. Oh, there it is. I already brought it out here. Okay, the first one. I'm gonna let Evan talk more because he's very good at it and discuss the value of anti-rotation. I'm just gonna give you my anti-rotation exercises, but I'll let him explain a little bit more as to why and how that's a good training piece for us. And he kind of already talked about it a little bit earlier too. The Palloff press, okay, very similar name. Shoulder height, ideally for our clients, we're facing the anchor. We turn 90 degrees to the right, and whichever hand is closest goes on first, okay? What I mean by that is I wanna pull my arm into tension instead of reaching across, pulling from the outside into tension. That makes sense? So I wanna basically, excuse me, I said that wrong. I wanna push into tension rather than pulling it across me, right? So the arm that's closest comes on, pushes into position, closes, and then my other hand will go over the top. And so now I've got my tension. Just a traditional old everyday anti-rotation 90-degree hold. I can make it a little harder. I can make it a little easier, okay? Alignment components to this: feet, knees, hips, shoulders, everything nice and straight. Shoulders are retracted to neutral, our good posture, and then tucked down, a little depression, and just hold that tight. We're not overarching, we're not over depressing. It's just that good neutral standing position. Engage, close, and wrap. Okay, some of the hand positions that we'll see. Okay, you'll see a handle. We'll get into a position here where when we're hanging on with tension, this arm is straight and the other one kinks over the top, right? So I want everything straight in here. The hands have to align straight and just wrap directly over. No rotation. Look what that does to one wrist, number one. See how my watch wrist, when I kink my hand over, it kinks this wrist, it kinks this wrist, and my shoulders are now out of alignment because my leverage is shorter. So I want to just keep those even and tight right down the pipe, and that's my engagement there to hold while I'm holding this isometric 90-degree tension. This is your isometric Palloff press, right? We're just going to hold. And then the Palloff would be in to out. You guys want to do those, basically it just makes it a little easier and a little harder because of the leverage and the tension in which you're moving it away. So you get clients who are like, man, this is killing me. Be like, press it. All right, hold, good. It's just like almost a little break for a second, and then I can get back to the really hard one. Now, if we're gonna add in rotation to this, if you guys wanna add rotation, this is my philosophy. I'd love to hear what Ev has to say on it. I think we're on alignment on this. Basically, your thoracic spine should have about 30 degrees, if you're pretty mobile, 30 degrees here and 30 degrees there. And that's about it, okay? That would be your thoracic rotation. If you're a little more mobile, maybe it's a little bit more. If you're less, it's less. Basically, that's it, okay? You look at this and you're like, well, what about golfers when they do all this? Well, the rest of it comes from the hip and the rotation from here, okay? Through their hips to create the rotation to drive golf ball, tennis ball, whatever else they're doing. So if I really want to work in that range, my thoracic rotation strength, basically I can do that hold, and then I can do cross-body chops from high to low or low to high, or just keep it level, but just work my 30 to 60 degrees in here. Keep everything else in the lower half shut off and let the core move your thoracic spine. Okay, it's not my arms moving back and forth, it's my thoracic spine working its mobility and its strength. And I think you get very good benefit there. Lower back injuries, sciatica, hip injuries. As soon as we start getting all this twisting, it's really hard for people to learn how to pivot their feet and work through. You get a lot of twisting, torsion at the knee because they don't move their feet. So you're like, well, I want to work some rotation. Well, let's get really good at anti-rotation first. And then if I want to work a little rotation, I can work this short thoracic ability in here, okay? You fairly good on that? Cool. All right, another one of those things that I don't think we've talked about before, but on the same page. Awesome. All right, so beyond this guy, let's get a lower body, 2 lower body anti-rotations. One of my faves is the step up, okay? Take your orange band, 1/4 inch band, double it over, okay? Like so, right? I just made my 2 loops. Don't really need to go any heavier than the orange. You get into a 1/2 inch band, the tension's pretty high. If I want to make this lift harder, I'm just going to start holding weight in my other hand. but this is gonna give me a pretty good amount of tension from my left foot to my right hand, okay? Left foot to right hand. So now the anti-rotation component, while I'm doing a step up, comes not only in rotation of wanting to turn me, right? So I'm resisting that, but I'm gonna pull, I call it the gunslinger position. I'm gonna pull that band back to where I'd like farmer carry, or where I would hold dumbbells while doing a step up, okay? So now I have anti-rotation of turning and forward flexion. So I'm going to extend and engage to stay tight. This is a very good anti-rotation exercise for your clients. You're not quite ready to like throw them into holding weights and do step ups. 6 inches, 8 inches, 10 inches, doesn't matter the step height. The average step out there is 6 to 10 inches. So if we train on a 12-inch box or get them to go to a 12-inch, we've now overtrained, good overtraining. We've now overtrained them for pretty much anything they're gonna see in life, okay? Maybe like parking garages that were built a long time ago, they might have like 12-inch steps, but that's pretty rare, okay? So if I can work this anti-rotation component, I'm pulling in here 6, 8, 10, 12 inches, and my client can do body weight, but I'm not ready to say, here's a pair of 10s. Let's add this component and say, can you just overcome this band a little bit? Can we get a set of 10 here? And then we can switch. And if that occurs, maybe I give you a 5-pound dumbbell to hold on this side with it. It's a way to implement, to recruit, to engage a little bit more core activation along with what we're trying to do here on a step up. And then the split squat is the exact same thing. I'm just not elevated. Left foot, right hand, pull to my gunslinger position, and I'm shifting back and sitting down on that rear leg. I'm thinking 50-50, maybe 60-40 on the rear leg. I'm a big fan of getting down on the back leg, okay? I like this range. This helps free up and create range of motion through the hips, okay? I'm not a huge fan of sitting and doing a lot of hip flexor stretches. I would rather my clients work with some load and work into a range of motion where I feel like you're gonna get that flexibility achieved under load. The weight's gonna basically help you get into that position a little bit better. So I will deload a client, not to go too deep on this. I will deload a client, meaning I'll have them hold a band and work on their split squats, and then do a lighter band and a lighter band, and eventually they can just do their body weight. And then I can do my anti-rotation with 5 pounds, etc. All right, last couple, very good on time here. We are gonna do our rotation exercises. And the first one I wanna do is my sandball toss. So this guy requires either a partner or a wall that you can chuck into. You got neither F, thanks buddy. And implement that. Once thrown, it will come back to you or you can receive it. And a couple different ways to do this. We can go even. And because we worked with our band and we kind of created our 30 to 60 degrees range of motion here, we're basically gonna train that range. We're not gonna move the hips. I'm gonna bring the ball back, pull from the core, my 30 to 60 degrees here, whatever my range of mobility is, right, in my thoracic spine. I'm gonna pull, deliver the blow, it will bounce and come back. Pull, deliver, come back. Pull, deliver, come back. Pull, deliver, come back. So where's the power coming from? Where are you engaging and pulling? It's not from my arms. I'm not curling this, right, over. It's coming from my cross-sectional core, my obliques, my internal, external obliques. So I'm gonna start down here, and as I'm pulling through the obliques, my erectors, my QL, all this helping me turn my thoracic spine and stabilize my trunk all at the same time while I deliver a little bit of action, right? Now we can advance this. Let's stagger the foot. And now I want to get my hips in, okay? So let me give you an honest effort, as hard as I can do this without using my hips. Okay, you heard it? Okay, now I'm going to stagger and I'm going to use my hips. You can hear the difference, right? My hip engagement here with that swing, the swing cast, same action. I'm coming back, I'm gonna lower down a little, I'm gonna drive from both my legs and power through my hip, just like the top of my release on my vertical toss, my swing, my cast, all of it. I'm just in a split stance now. I'm coming down and I'm going to deliver this up and power in. Arms stay straight, pull, 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 deliver across. You can do this against a wall, throw to a partner, throw just for distance. They have to go and get it, come back, throw it again. You have all kinds of options here on your tosses. Get these guys in here real quick, okay? Excuse me. So we'll toss left, toss right, and so on. You can advance this to where there is a tendency when standing, when standing or bilaterally or in a split. Thanks, Hev. What a partner. Thank you, buddy. There's a tendency for you to use your back a little bit more and pull with that. But if we lower the leverage, that restricts it a little bit more. The kneeling position is a little bit safer in a lot of cases because the rotation, the longer levers of the legs and such are a little bit easier to manipulate. So if I lower them down, put them either in the half kneeling, okay, position, and I can do my pulls and my throws across. A lot of core work because I'm anchoring a little bit lower on the knee, so my hip isn't going to be as active. A lot of core work to help me pull now. Or full kneeling, okay, as I come across, I can get some pretty good chops into this guy as I pull from there too, okay? All of these angles of attack, and we have a lot of our lifts that were kind of sagittal, the step up, the swing, the cast. But think of the variations from hinging to propel weight forward, to going vertical, to our anti-rotations from the side. These guys toss at different angles, and our chops. Point is like we're really chipping this up into a lot of different angles of attack because we know that our clients are going to need to be a little more dynamic. And if they fall, it's not going to be perfectly straightforward. They could fall in any direction. So we really need them to be good at moving, twisting, throwing, chopping, acting in all these directions. A lot of multi-action, multi-mobility kind of positions, okay? All right, so there's my toss, my loaded windmill, and then the pull start, my last two. Okay, loaded windmill. I'll show you two variations of the loaded windmill. I like these a lot, and I'm a fan of wanting to load a hinging mechanic that is angled to target my QL. There's so many people are like, oh, you're gonna train the QL, you're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna hurt yourself if you don't target and train your QL. Because think of these actions, right? When clients hurt themselves, they're usually doing a ipsilateral reach and hinge. Okay, I'm getting behind the refrigerator to get at something. I've got to get over the countertop or the washer dryer to get stuff. Same foot, same hand forward. Because what we train and do in life constantly is contralateral action. Left foot, right hand. So we're very good at being stable and engaging there. So when I go to ipsilateral and I open and expose, my QL goes, whoo, you're not ready for this. And it latches and it spasms and it pulls and it throws vertebrae and discs and aggravations through the back. Next thing you know, you have sciatic pain or your lower back hurts. And if we were to work some strength and stability at the QL, maybe we can get ahead of this, right? We can get them strong there where they're not exposed, where they're used to being open. So in my opinion, this is one of the best ones that we can do, either with one weight or two, okay? Dumbbells, fat bell, whatever you want. Half kneeling position, which means 1 foot, 1 knee. But notice my back foot, what I'm doing. Watch my back foot. See how I pivoted that over? Everybody see it? Okay? You got to go from railroad track 1, 2, and get it over to this one, okay? You got to pivot that foot over. And what that does is open this hip and allow this hip hinge mobility, where when my foot is straight, my hip is now impinging. I got to open this guy to allow me to get down to my knee, to allow that mobility to occur. So I'm going to pivot over. I've got my weight here, and I'm going to work a half kneeling loaded hinge, okay? And I can get comfortable here and get a little more dynamic. I can hold my weight overhead and stabilize here as I hinge in return. So now I'm kind of training my get up position, right? It's that middle part of the get up. And the reason that I wanted to include this is technically this is rotation work that we're including. It's not dynamic, it's not powerful by any means, but this is great stability work. Instead of just being sagittal, maybe doing a little bit of frontal plane action here and there, let's add some loaded rotation in, because that's typically when our clients are going to hurt themselves, either exposing or grabbing into something in that exposed position, and then the back goes out. So the second way you can do it, kneeling, or we can just do it standing position. Have the client open the feet up. I'm going to slide my hand down, support to my knee, and I can return. So it's like a 45-degree angle, stiff leg deadlift, okay? Watch where my butt is here. Sorry to give you guys a butt shot. Here's normal, okay? And then here's the angle. See how my hip goes off 45 degrees, okay? And I can hold my hand down here if I want to deload and just support my back a little bit. Right at the bottom, I can put my knee on. And then, let's see if I'm superstar. If I can stabilize here and slide down and return and still keep my back, oh, and my arm in a good position. Not terrible, not great. Something we can work on there, okay? So that's your loaded windmill. Really like that one on the knee, just holding the weights down, touch the floor, return. I think that's a great lift. Okay, last one is a pull start. Pull start, I feel like you're gonna get the best bang for your buck with your clients at a low anchor and have them pull to a high position. Most females are carrying stress up in their neck. Most men carry stress in their back. Most, not all. Anybody that's got a neck, shoulder, or like a thoracic-based injury, they're going to get aggravated when you're pulling from low anchors and pulling up high. So just keep that in mind. When I have a low anchor point, anything that's kind of opposite that is going to be like the anchor for where I'm engaging my tension. So if you have neck stress, neck injuries, take your anchor and move it to shoulder height or overhead height. It's fine to do pull starts from up high. I'm just showing you here, this is the hardest or harder version. I'm going to do a split stance in a contralateral setup, palm down, and I'm going to allow my thoracic rotation to occur. Then I'm going to thoracic rotate the other direction, retract my shoulder blade, row back my elbow, and finish with my bicep, okay, to finish the row. Thoracic rotate, rotate again, retract, curl, okay? So my pull start action can be dynamic. We call it a pull start because I want it to be explosive, like you're pull starting a lawnmower, right? Ev was mowing lawns when he was a kid. He'd do this all the time. Get that thing moving. You do it with your weed eaters and your leaf blowers and all this. Rotate that shoulder, pull, let it out slow, pull, let it out slow. So I'm getting a power action, okay? Dynamic pull. I'm getting that high tension. I've got to control back. So there's my benefit of my eccentric load. Contralaterally, ipsilaterally, right? We can train that exposed position for the back. Great opportunities there. With this low tension, with rotation at the hand, the bicep tendon has that like medial insertion, so naturally it wants to supinate when it pulls, so go with that supination, right? And I get this thoracic mobility here too. So boy, I'm getting a lot. I'm getting some rotation work. I'm getting some different stability positions, contralateral, ipsilateral. I'm getting my power component of pulling quick. I'm getting my strength component of eccentrically bringing it back. Check, 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 check. We're checking boxes, okay? Coming across that. Aggravation up here, go to shoulder height. As soon as I get here, this isn't a heavy band, but you guys will get the point. Okay, as soon as I get here, and you can hook on handles too, clients that, you know, it hurts their hands to hold the band, pull, return here. I still get all the same actions. The tension of the band now is going straight through the back of my shoulder and not up into my occipital and all my occipital-based musculatures. They're gonna have to engage on this band and not aggravate. So just kind of keep that in mind, okay? All right, there's our 18, if not a little bit more. Yeah, I hope you guys liked it. I do want to show you a couple of these videos just real quick, and then I'll pop back here and get you some answers to your questions. Oops. Oh yeah, this is the right one, right? Yeah. Okay, so here are the slams. We talked about a couple of the slams and some of the different throws. Gives you some good options here from the seated chest pass position, okay, to our vertical toss here. You see our, this is one of my colleagues' clients. I think his name is Bill, working these between the leg forward tosses, okay? And then Kathleen here on the right, she's like 4 or 5 days into training. She's just learning how to slam. This is Janie, my client. See her walker there. She has 4 different kinds of cancers, and she does not have a long time to live. And we're working on trying to improve her quality of life by getting her to move and walk. She does that tank every time she's here. That walker's there just for her to use now, but the whole left side of her body, you can see how hard it is for her to throw this 2-pound ball with her left hand. But these little coordination, these fast, reactive, quick movements for her, right? These are things we really want to target with our clients and get all the benefit out of this as we can. I gave you some guidelines here in terms of the chest pass, the slam, the vertical, the up and overs, even the lateral tosses, the hammer throws that I showed you guys right here towards the end. 3 to 4 sets, 6 to 12 reps. Anywhere inside of that, you guys are probably going to be, it's probably going to be a little bit too heavy, or it's turning to muscular endurance if you go beyond 12. So remember, the point is, like, I want to do 8 or 10 of these guys, but I want to do it as hard as I can, like as explosively as I can. I don't want them to be able to do 20, because then it's just lollipop, lollipop. Like, we're just popping along. I want like kaboom, rest, kaboom, rest. But I can only kaboom like 8 times or 10 times, right? I'm trying to pop this thing every time. I don't want to just go for a jog. This is my sprint, okay? For these particular throws here, 2 to 6 pounds for beginners, maybe 8 to 12 pounds for your advanced. But remember, we want it to move quickly, and your tempo literally as quick as possible. Okay, chuck it. Wanted to give you guys some notes down here. And as we talked about, here are your rules. Never take your eyes off the implement, never catch it, and don't turn your back, okay? All right, in terms of the pivot points, okay, you see a couple different options here for the pivot points going on, from chest press to high row to low row with our 93-year-old Mary there, to a TRX ripstick. See Linda all the way on the left? That's a TRX ripstick with just bands for tension. So the bar literally weighs, a pound. Like, it's not a heavy lift for her, but the band and the angle, I can train her vertical overhead, but I'm benefiting the leverage of leaning against that strap. Her vertical overhead is not great, but here it can be pretty damn good, okay? So 3 to 4 sets, again, rep count 6 to 12. Your load for your beginners, 15 to 35 pounds. We kind of talked about that aluminum bar up to the 15 kilo Olympic lifting bar, and then either a 20 kilo to 75 pounds or more. And again, as fast as you can on the out, and then control that eccentric return, since we're not doing a release here. Things to remember: neutral grip and or use the angle 90s. Secure your straps and your anchors. Make sure all that is locked and closed and nothing's going to slip or fall out. And really control that eccentric phase. Super, super, super important. You got to get that eccentric phase. All right, we get into our swings and our casts. Okay, here's another version of one of our swings where we accelerate the tempo by hooking a band to it. So like, we force them back into that good hinge, and they've really got to throw their momentum into it. But I'm trying to minimize that follow through, right? I'm minimizing that follow through by having the band on there that pulls them back. And you see me trying to work. I'm doing an inline cast here. See how I'm stepping my foot back onto the same line as the other one? These are really challenging. If I move my foot 6 inches to the right, it doesn't look so goofy for me because I'm no longer in alignment. It was very challenging to try to do that. Okay, your swings, 3 to 4 sets, 8 to 12 reps. Anything beyond 12, we're getting a little bit into our endurance, muscular endurance. Maybe you could move this up to 15, maybe 18, maybe even 20. I'd push it and still be semi-powerful, but I wouldn't go really anything over about 15. Your load, 4 to 12 kilos for beginners, 20 to 24 or more if your people are advanced and they're awesome. Okay, then they can go for it. Rules for the kettlebells: work the eccentric phase. Okay, our preparation phase. The sling for the stretch with the slingshot effect with the hamstring. Lock. Remember we talked about the door frame and the door. Like, lock those other 2 bits in and just let the hinge work in the middle. That will load that slingshot effect for you. Keep everything very, very tight. It's not locked. It's just tight. Okay, we're intracted. Everything is on, especially when you're casting. Okay, casting those bells. All right, here's our snatches, different variations of the snatches. All right, we give you some high pulls too. Here's Gary. Gary doesn't do a whole lot of overhead stuff with us, so he's doing that kind of dynamic up and high T pull position. Same thing, 3 to 4 sets, 6 to 12 reps, and then there are your weights, okay? A little bit of notes there for you. And then here's our tank. Again, however you're capable and able of rigging up any kind of sled, I'd love for you guys to get the opportunity to do this, from high pushes to low pushes to drags to my chest presses that I'm doing down there at the bottom, okay, where you literally get to let go of it. Think of that plyometric component for the upper body. Okay, I want you to pay attention here to Joyce at the top left and see her position. I'm gonna stop these other ones and watch her driving out here. Joyce was the highest fall risk client I've ever worked with. I've had other people that were higher than her that I sent to PT that I was not comfortable working with them. She's the highest fall risk individual that I've experienced, and I was so borderline not working with her. And literally every day she's come in to work this, and I have no fears after, we're in 5 workouts now, just 5 workouts and her homework. She does her homework. You know, I'll give that to her 100%. She does everything I ask her to do at home. She's really gotten good at stepping wider, controlling, getting outside her center of mass. And then Kathleen down here was maybe a 40%. I have a little rating system for falls based on what I experienced with them. She was about a 40. Joyce up top was like an 85 or a 90. But I really like these, right? She gets to kind of wrap up this band, engage and push the tank. She's got it on a level 2, so she's driving. Look at the extension of the hip, right? Push, push, push. And then she's gonna grab the straps and work this posterior displacement drag on the way back, okay? And then for the superstars, we get a couple of our higher caliber, more athletic clients. All these clients are over 55, I believe. And I think Shauna right here is our youngest. Good, and here comes Lydia. This is just a little relay, right? We've got it on a level 1. I mean, it's almost neutral. You push it, throw it off to your partner. Okay, 70-year-old John, look at this guy, he's a superstar. Okay, sprinting down, coming to 63-year-old Mark. Okay, here comes Mark. Mark's had every injury and everything you could possibly think of. The guys out here sprinting on the track. And here comes Ruthless, 66-year-old Ruthless. Okay, knee repairs, knee replacements, all kinds of good stuff. Kind of power driving that thing at the end. They're just a lot of fun, guys. You can do so much there. And then just to wrap up, our ISO holds, our pulls, our tosses, okay, the loaded windmills, other ones I showed you here. Okay, just that little loaded hinge position, some of the tosses, and give you some good things to remember. Even though you won't get the videos, you'll get the images to kind of keep that in mind. Yeah, I'm doing the windmill way better there. I've got a little bit more mobility, a little more warmed up on that one. All right, gang. So that's it for me with my 18 exercises. I'm going to look into Q&A here. Feel free to hang with me. If you have a question, I'll take it. Anybody else wants to take a break, go ahead and take maybe 2 minutes. We're going to get Ev converted over here, and we'll get him rolling. And are you getting warm, bud? I can turn on the air conditioner, and we can close up if you want to. You good? Okay. All right. Let's go through Q&A here. I'm going to go back up to... All right, here's Alita. What type of bands were they? Sorry, I just joined. The bands that we have up on here, these are Rogue Echo bands. I feel like they're the best ones on the market. The Perform Better bands are good as well. Great for like home use for clients who are using them twice a week. The Echo bands from Rogue are gonna be used, 10 times a day, every hour on the hour kind of thing. They're gonna last forever. So I would encourage you guys, if you're gonna be using them every hour, get the Rogue bands. If I found a better one, I'd tell you. Like I'd say, like, oh, Spry, go to them. Theirs are much better. They're the best ones on the market, 100%. I hate buying stuff twice. I hate it, right? It just pisses me off. So if I could invest once and pay more, right, I'm fine with that. I just want to pay for the quality and have it. Those bands are the best I've ever seen. All right, can you use the Kaiser functional trainer with Cook bars for chest press? I'm not familiar with the Kaiser functional trainer. Is that the one with the arms? Is that what you guys are talking about there? Yes, the answer would be yes. You're not going to get the leverage support. You're just going to get the angled push. So I'm assuming you mean it in terms of the pivot point. Yeah, you need the support of the strap that allows the swing, the pendulum effect. In those arms, the cable pulley is going to be supplying the weight. So I want the weight to swing, not to be, to be fed through the cables. So probably not, it's probably not going to give you that lever on lever support, but in terms of kind of working the same angle of attack, yeah, you'll get that. Okay, how can you do some of these moves with people on their home, their Zoom? Sorry if we've covered this already. So the home options with these will take like beach towels, and I'll have my clients fold them up, triple them over, right, and make them big, and they can slam those kneeling, and you'll hear it, boom, boom, every time they come down, and it's only 12 ounces or whatever, but they can deliver a blow on that. So you can use towels rolled up. I have clients that'll take 2 towels and like tape them together so they can get a little more density. Any of their dumbbells can be used in any of the swinging actions, anything like that. Getting them a 2 or a 4 pound sandball or sandbell, they're $12, $18, not huge investments. I have clients that have ski ergs in their homes because they're like, that's the best thing, I want it, point me in the right direction. I've got 8 clients that have racks in their houses like mine. I've become more of an equipment like gym designer than I have a home gym designer than I have a trainer in some cases. So you can, if you have a couple of clients, you're like, you could really benefit from this, help them get their equipment or order it up, and get them going in the right direction. You can do the majority of these things. You're just not going to get the release action of it. Like I can swing a dumbbell, I just can't throw it. I can swing a kettlebell, I can do my overhead presses, but I can't do my shot puts, right? And having something that you can throw, and those sandballs are perfect. The sandbells are perfect for that. They're pretty inexpensive, okay? How does a cable machine work with those pendulum rows? Can the same temp? Okay, we talked about that. RDL stands for Romanian deadlift. Thank you, Carolyn. Is the tank connected to the frame by the bungees? Yeah, at the bottom, we kind of showed you that, where that connected up at. All right, can you use a treadmill that is not turned on and the client has to push the belt? So yes, that's in terms of finding hip extension. Yeah, they can hold on to the treadmill. The Woodway, they call them the banana belts, the Woodways that have the curve. Those are the best because it creates the natural running pattern of foot contact, and it rolls through that little banana curve as it comes through. If you can get on one of those are designed to not have belt engagement. Sometimes the treadmill with the machine turned off, that belt engagement can be really hard to turn for healthy body, let alone those with hip or knee or back injuries. Half kneeling windmills, if they don't have flexibility or the ability to do with a hinge, can the back knee be raised up onto a step? Would love to hear Evan's thought on this one too. I would be fine with them being elevated at a height that you're comfortable with, as long as the hand can get down to the ground or the weight can go down to the ground at the same height. Okay. Ev, do you have a comment on the windmill? Yeah, they're saying half kneeling windmill if you elevate the height so they're not so deep on the ground, or if they can't get on the ground.
Yeah, correct. We're actually going to show that in. We're actually going to show that in this section, like why you want to elevate to get the pelvis to be more level, and then absolutely you can do exactly the windmill from there. Cool.
All right, I'll do a couple more here. Unfortunately, I have to leave. Okay. All right. For the tosses, can you use the sandbells or medicine balls? Yeah, for the tosses, like the ones going sideways and that, absolutely. They're pretty durable, guys. And I think Perform Better and a lot of these other companies, they warranty their stuff for at least 2 years, some of them for life. And if you break it, you send it back. But you're going to get a lot of use. Throwing stuff has such a great value. You just learn 10 things you get to let go of, right? So yeah, I'd go for it. I think investing in those, I think you're going to get a very good return. All right, Ev, are you starting back there, or are you on the screen here first?
I'm going to start back here.
It's back there. Okay, so let me switch over here for you. You got your mic? All right, plug in there. Let me do a test here real quick to make sure you're on. Okay. Talk.
All good, all good.
All right, we're good to go. You're on.
All right. All right. You guys have the handouts. I want to do this pretty much 100% hands-on, so that way you get the most from this session. I'm going to give you guys just a couple minutes just to run to the bathroom, get yourself ready. Bring yourself, if you have a couple things you need, just bring something you can kneel upon. So that way you can actually elevate your pelvis. So have something where you can kneel upon it, so that way you can do, because I want you guys to experience what we're doing, so that way you see why it's so effective and feel how it's so effective for your clients. While we're waiting to get started, put in the chat, if you're still there, put in the chat, what are some big take-homes from Robert's session? What did you learn? What did you see? What did you experience that you can start to use or incorporate into your own workouts? Love to hear from you guys. What'd you learn? What'd you hear? What can you start to use from Robert's session? Because what's going to happen is you've learned so much information, you're going to learn some more information, and then you start to forget. Love the rotation and anti-rotation exercises. Absolutely. Huge. Thank you, Sarah. We'll talk about why we start and primarily train anti-rotation. His ideas with a sled. That's awesome.
I'm going to do a presentation just on the sled. Like I'm really excited. With 5 minutes, I just couldn't get into a lot of it. But there's a lot to do with that. I'm excited to do that in the future.
Really liked the progressions and regressions. Thanks, Rosie. Love the pivot point. Awesome, awesome. Love learning the new kettlebell swings. Awesome. Learn I can do so much more with less. Absolutely, absolutely. You don't need a lot of stuff to actually create really effective workouts. Awesome. Thanks, guys. That's fantastic. All right. You have your handouts. One of the things that you saw, or I should say in the beginning of the handout in this section now that we're moving into, we're going to look at the process. And the story, one of the stories about process that's so impactful to me is I'm a Seahawks fan. So if you guys know me, I'm a Hawks fan since the time I was a kid. I played wide receiver in high school football. I wasn't very big, so I had to be very fast. So I had good hands, I could run real fast. So my favorite receiver was Steve Largent, hence the reason I became a Seahawks fan. Well, the book I've been recently reading and rereading is a book by the 49ers coach Bill Walsh. So you know, Seahawks and 49ers, I mean, they're bitter rivals. They hate each other. So for me to talk about the 49ers, I'm like, no, that's not cool. However, what's cool about Bill Walsh is in the book, he talks about the importance of the process that he put into place. And when he first went in to take over the 49ers, they were a 2-14 team. So he adopted a 2-14 team. When he came in, he talked about the process they were going through. And some of the coaches, some of the players went to management and started to complain about Bill Walsh because he's the only coach they ever had that wasn't talking about winning or the Super Bowl. And they were frustrated and pissed off. And Coach Walsh got rid of them because he's like, these guys don't get what I'm trying to do. Well, his first season, they were 2-14. So they were exactly the same. Second season, year 2, 6-10. And his belief was, if we don't follow the process or the process doesn't work, I'll keep adjusting the process till it does. So again, 2 years, they've won 8 games, lost whatever they've lost, something like 24 games or something like that. Year 3, they won the Super Bowl, and they won 4 of the next 6 Super Bowls, or at least 3 of the next 5 Super Bowls. And what I want to bring out to you guys here is the importance of your process. Too often we look at our clients and we want to know the exercises that will improve rotation, the exercises that improve power, and they're very important. They're part of the overall process. Robert was referring to earlier, the quote, this comes from James Clear in his book, Atomic Habits. You don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the levels of your system. Your process is a basis of your system. How you take your clients, how you walk them through your system and your process. So you'll see in that slide, you assess, you address, you progress your client to their functional goals. So you've identified your client's functional goals, whatever the things they need, want, and or love to do. Maybe they want to maintain balance so they don't fall or reduce their risk of falling, the likelihood of falling. Maybe they want to climb a mountain or hike or run. They have these functional goals. That's their why they hired you in the first place. Your process from assessment to address to progress is how you progress them to their goal. Okay, you get them to their goal. Why do you assess? You assess to determine their current habits, the habits that they've created because of all the things we talked about, the surgery, trauma, injuries, compensations, the things they've learned, sedentary lifestyle, sarcopenia, all those age-related issues. So you want to assess to determine their current habits. So I'm going to take you through super easy assessments. And these work. We do lots of our sessions still online. So a lot of our clients haven't come back yet. They're still virtual, or we're seeing people in different states. So we do virtual assessments. So we've gotten really good at looking at assessments and finding the best assessments. So I want to take you guys through this. So yeah, love James Clear's book. That's one of your have-to-read books. So put it on your list if you don't have it, Atomic Habits by James Clear, okay? So the other book that you need to read is Breathe by James, or Breath by James Nestor, Okay, Breath by James Nestor. Those are 2 books you have to have in your library. And they'll explain to you why, easy way to explain breathing to your clients and why breathing is so important. He talks about all the physical, psychological, emotional, cognitive, but a lot of the physical reasons why you do breath work, okay? So we're going to do assessments that work whether you're in person or online, whether you're working with one-on-one or you're doing a group. We can take a group of 100 people through these assessments and still get very good information just from that, okay? So I want you guys to do this with me so you guys feel the difference. We'll also talk about why, once we get through the assessments, why we want to train anti-rotation. I don't like the word anti-rotation. It means like it's sort of a negative connotation. So what I want to call it, control of rotation. We're controlling rotation. Okay, so we're going to talk about that here in a moment. But let's go through our assessment first. So I've got these minimal shoes on. If you have your shoes on, take your shoes off. These are minimal shoes, so they're not really impacting my movement at all. So stand up, feet together. We're going to go through 3, maybe 4 simple assessments. And again, these work so well because they're so easy to see even with your clients online. The other important part of this process is it helps your clients start to become aware of their own habits. So you're going to be aware of your own habits as we go through this process. So feet together, put your hands on your pelvis. First thing we're going to look at is full body rotation. Really what we're looking at is hip rotation. So hands on your pelvis, rotate your pelvis to the right, get a sense of how far you go and how the ease of motion, okay? Come back to center. Always come back, have your clients center up. And if your clients have balance issues, just bring their feet a little bit wider. Just make sure their feet go back to where they were when they started. So most of us have good balance, bring your feet together. Now rotate to the other side, take notice of which side is more limited. Now when you're watching your client virtually, what you want to watch, you rotate, come back to center, rotate the other direction. What you want to watch for is a relative axis of rotation. Meaning like when you're watching your client on screen, and this is why it's good to have their hands on their pelvis. What you don't want to see is when they rotate to one side, you see their pelvis move to the opposite side. So you see me, and I almost lose my balance, and that's what happens with your clients. When they lose rotation, they will start to shift their pelvis over to the opposite side, hence one of the reasons why they get balance issues when they lose rotation. So that's what you're watching for, is you're watching full body rotation. It's really hip rotation that you're evaluating. You're not evaluating thoracic rotation yet. Okay? And just notice the difference side to side. And I want to ask my client what they feel in their body, because I will see things online and then I want to make sure that the client feels what I'm seeing. So I'll say, okay, what are you feeling? What's the difference side to side? So Sarah Harris asks, what's the optimal degree of hip rotation? We're not looking for rotation, we're looking for symmetry side to side. So some people say, well, our bodies are asymmetrical. That may be true. Yeah, your liver's over here, your heart's over here. So yeah, your body's asymmetrical. Here's a challenge. Your body doesn't do well with asymmetry in range of motion. The greater the degree of asymmetry between the sides of rotation, for example, the greater their likelihood. Because think about this. If your client has 30 degrees of rotation over here and only 10 over here, that means when they load this side, they're solid. When they get to this side, not solid. They're more likely going to fall on that more limited side. So the body is asymmetrical. We don't want the body to be crazy asymmetrical, which happens after surgery, trauma, injuries, and compensation. So you know what? We have our standing hip rotation, okay? So everybody probably noticed one side that's a little bit more limited. You're gonna focus on that more limited side, okay? Now, let's have a seat. I want you to feel your thoracic rotation. So have a seat. Have a seat in your chair. Cross your arms. So a lot of your clients I like to have the arms up like this. However, some of your clients may have shoulder issues or shoulder impingement, so keep the arms down here, which is fine. So again, feet about shoulder width apart. So again, you just standardize the test. So what you're going to do is rotate to the right, get a sense of what you do. Now again, as you're watching your client on screen, you want to see that they say it's relatively vertical. What you'll start to see is they'll either flex their way down if they don't have rotation, or they'll extend their way back. You're doing a bear crawl across the screen. Or you'll start to see them shift. They'll translate their way into rotation. You'll see that oftentimes standing up, but when you lock the pelvis out, you'll start to see it a lot more. Okay? So just compare your rotation side to side. So rotate right for me, pretty good, not too much problem. Going left, not awesome. Get locked up. If I keep forcing it, this is what I do. This would be my natural cheat. If I didn't know my control, I would do, my natural cheat would be to do that. So that's what you'll see a lot of your clients do is I start to shift away and go into extension. They'll translate and go into extension to get that rotation, okay? So you've got standing hip rotation, you've got seated hip rotation. Now the other pattern, the one additional assessment we can look at is shoulder flexion. Here's why shoulder flexion is so important. Because when your clients lose the ability to balance, so when they're unstable, when they're walking and they're unstable, you don't keep your shoulders nice and relaxed. What do? I know, your brain knows, your nervous system knows that when I step on this leg, I'm not stable, so it will do some kind of cheat. It'll pull your shoulder down, it'll side bend your body to do something to create that stability so that I'm a little bit more stable to transfer my weight. So you'll start to see shoulder flexion range of motion changes when your client isn't as stable. So let's look at shoulder flexion, because the reason why this is, again, is so important. You want to see, can we make changes and have you made changes with your range of motion? So turn to the side, cross one arm over your rib cage to minimize rib cage compensation, because your client that doesn't have great range of motion here, they can cheat like that. And they'll get, yeah, look, I got full range of motion, right? Or they'll cheat like this. They'll shove their pelvis forward. And that's why many of your clients with overhead range of motion issues, they're not great vertical pressers. So we have to do some modifications. Hence the pivot press works really well for that. So for me, you see my range of motion here. Without compensation, it's about 150, not so great. That's my more problematic shoulder side. Right side, much better. Easier and just more range of motion, closer to about 170, okay? So range of motion, big difference side to side. That's a huge asymmetry. That will also impact what I do with my rotation. My left rotation is limited to that side. You'll often see, so write this down, take this down because it's not in your notes. It's one of our little keys when you start to do your correctives. It's okay. You'll often see limited shoulder flexion on the side of limited rotation. You'll often see limited shoulder flexion on the side of limited trunk rotation. Because when you think about it, I had you guys do it earlier. When you pull down on one side, you lock the thorax down. The lat is a huge, powerful muscle on your rib cage. When it's short and tight, which it often is in many of your older clients, they will pull down and lock down. They can do it on both sides, but they'll lock down on their more challenging side. That's why shoulder flexion is so important, and that's why looking at it with thoracic rotation is such a big deal. Okay, so now you got standing hip rotation, you got lots of information from that. You got seated trunk rotation, you got shoulder flexion. Just raise your hand real quick. Let me know if you saw asymmetry side to side on yourself. So real quick, just put in the chat, put your hand up. Don't even put it in the chat. Just put your hand up. Asymmetries, yes, no? Yeah, we all do. Remember, we're all asymmetrical. The bigger the difference, the more challenges you're likely going to have. Your body doesn't do well with major asymmetries side to side. Okay, now you have your printout of what we're going to go over. So you have this somewhere in your notes, corrective exercise strategy. So we assessed to figure out our own habits. So you're assessing your client to figure out their posture and movement habits. This is not all you would do, just very easy ones to do. Now you go into phase 2. Okay, phase 2 is the address phase. The address phase is how you use your corrective exercise to help create more optimal habits. So you're using corrective exercise to create more optimal habits, okay? Basically, you have it in your notes, but just write it down, put a circle. Corrective exercise is motor control training. This is where you're starting to reprogram the central nervous system. You're helping to create better motor control, better neurological control of these motions. So you have limitations, you found limitations. Can someone be limited in different directions in hip and thoracic rotation? Absolutely, absolutely. You could be limited in left hip rotation and right thoracic rotation. That's generally what happens, because again, when we rotate, we're generally rotating, contralaterally, right? Upper and lower body, so absolutely. So your assessments drive you to where you want to spend the most amount of your focus, okay? So during your corrective exercises, now we're creating more optimal habits, okay? Now the first one, so write this down. It's not in your notes, or maybe it's in your notes somewhere. Yeah, it is in your notes. The first thing you would actually do is release. We're gonna skip release because I wanna show you how powerful corrective exercise can be without any release. Why do you do release? You do release so that you release where your client is restricted. So let's make a list here. If I'm your client right now, you saw that I had limited hip rotation to the left and limited shoulder flexion on the left. Now I know those integrative movement specialists, people that have been through our program, you know the answer to this, so don't answer it. You guys already know. So what muscles would we most want to release on me? I'm your client. Limited left hip rotation to this side, to my left side. Limited left shoulder flexion. Put in the chat, which muscles, if I'm your client, would you most want to release? Because you want to be very specific about your myofascial release. You don't want to spend 10 minutes just randomly releasing things because you're not being specific and your client needs something specific. That's what your assessment is telling you. So put in the chat, which muscles would you most need to release if I'm your client? So which muscles in the hip, which muscles are on the shoulder? Anyone? Anyone? Psoas, maybe. You wouldn't tell that from those assessments specifically. Maybe psoas, but not from those specific assessments. Lat, Carolyn, absolutely. You want to release the lat because the lat pulls the shoulder down this direction. That's the forward shoulder muscle, is your lat. So you need to release my lat so that I can actually get the length to get my shoulder up overhead. Glute medius for hip and or rhomboids. Maybe glute medius for the hip. Yes, put your hands on your hips. You guys stand up again. Put your hands on your hips. Squeeze your glutes. What muscles just squeezed? That's your glute, your max, and your medius. You feel that indentation, maybe piriformis. Absolutely, Carolyn. You know your anatomy. Way to go, Carolyn. Okay, now try to do your hip rotation with your glutes squeezed. Doesn't really happen, does it? It's limited. Now shake your butt out. So this is why people are like, why don't you teach people to overactivate their glutes? We teach people how to activate their glutes, but overactivation will limit you in hip rotation. So likely I have some gripping around my hip, which I know I do because this is my less stable side. So I will grip here. So you would need to release these muscles on me, lat and glute med piriformis. We're gonna skip that because you know how to do myofascial release. It's more important to know where to do it. So you would not have me spending the whole 10 minutes or 15 minutes myofascial releasing. You focus on release here, then get to your corrective exercises, the actual activation patterns. The next pattern we're going into, and this is why we're skipping myofascial release, is because I want to show you how powerful these next correctives are. Next one is three-dimensional breathing. So we're going to do three-dimensional breathing. I'm going to set myself up on these pads here.
You get the whole hour, bro. I covered all my stuff.
All right, cool, awesome. You're going to do this with me. Now, not all your clients can get on their back. If you can get your clients on their back, that's the best position because you have the feedback of the back of the rib cage on the surface. You have the shoulders, gravity pulling their shoulders back to a better position, relatively speaking. You have the pressure from the back of their head. So ideally, you would have your clients on their back. You may also need to support your client's head. So Eric's pads work really well for some of your clients with a real forward head. You can also use rolled up towels. The other thing that will benefit your client, because remember, most of your older clients, they are belly breathers. That's why if you look at almost all your older clients with chronic issues, they all have distended abdomens. Almost all my older clients have distended abdomens, and if you watch them breathe, they're all belly breathers. Because when you lock down with your lats, so do this with me, lock your lats down, and now start to breathe. Where does that breath have to go? Where's the only place it can go when your lats are locked down? You have to breathe through your belly. So we need to release the lats, we need to release the shoulders, and then breathe more across the rib cage. Now, the other issue that we have in our industry is we see a lot of crazy thoracic mobility. We see a lot of stuff like this, where people are like this kind of thing, people grabbing the rib cage and yanking on it, people doing open books and they're just kind of like just flopping around. And if you ever see me on Instagram, you'll see me do those exercises and I'll be like this. You may get temporary increases in range of motion. Temporary meaning like a few minutes. The challenge is your ribs are actually angled like this. They angle this direction. So the direction of my fingers. They angle up and back. In order to get optimal thoracic rotation, your ribs need to go up and back so that you can then rotate. So you go up and back. So this is the angle of the ribs. They angle like this. Higher in the back, lower in the front. Because what that does is allows your abdominal wall to come down and pull your lower ribs together. Not like this together, but like together, so this angle right here is an optimal angle. If you look at a lot of your older clients, especially the ones with distended abdomen, you get this flared rib cage. And that's where the rib angle has gone from here to here. They've angled their ribs up, angled the diaphragm up as well, hence the reason they become belly breathers. So we need the ribs to start to go longer in the back so they can come down in the front where they belong, okay? So that's why we want to teach our clients, another reason we want to teach our clients to breathe around the rib cage. Now you could have your client put their hands on the rib cage like this, so you can see my thumbs through the backside. However, some of your clients, many of your clients have shoulder issues. So grab a resistance band or grab something, a yoga strap works really well. You're gonna wrap that around your back so that you can focus on breathing wide and around your rib cage, okay? Now, lie on your back. If your clients can't lie on their back, absolutely you can do this seated. You guys, most of you guys can lie on your back. So, like I said, it's more effective if you can lie on your back because you'll feel the kinesthetic feedback from the back. Keep your legs in hook lying for right now, okay? So when you breathe, you want to be nasal breathing. There's really good research coming out now that nasal breathing does several things. Number one, it gives you more resistance because your nostrils are smaller than your mouth. So more resistance. So therefore you use your diaphragm and your respiratory muscles more optimally. Number two, it warms, filters, and moistens the air. Most of our air is dry, has lots of particles in it. So it moistens, filters, and warms the air. Number three, it actually produces inside your nasal cavity, sinuses, you have chemicals or receptors, I should say, that actually convert into or produce nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is a vasodilator. So if you mouth breathe, you don't vasodilate. Vasoconstriction is the #1 cause of what? Cardiac issues. So heart attacks, okay? Think about #1 killer in America is heart disease, right? Breathing, cardiac is related, directly related. If you're not breathing well, you will breathe faster because you need to send the gas and blood through faster, okay? So breathe through the nose, keep the mouth closed. So as you're here, if you had a yoga strap, you could cross the yoga strap over. Otherwise, just use your resistance band and you can actually teach yourself some shoulder stabilization at the same time. So just hold the band like this. And I want you to focus your attention on breathing across your rib cage and into the side that you had greater shoulder restriction, okay? So my left side, I'm gonna focus my breath into my left side of my thorax and into the left side of my armpit. So around the attachment of the lats there and those thoracic muscles. So let's go 5 breaths in through your nose, pause, and then breathe out through your nose as well. And as you're breathing out, allow your rib cage to relax down towards your pelvis, not down towards the floor, but down towards your pelvis so that the ribs are moving down and the abs can engage more effectively. So let's breathe in, pause, feel your rib cage open up and expand. The back of your rib cage open up and expand into the backside of the floor. And then breathe out. Trying to breathe out about twice as long as you breathe in. But in the beginning, just focus your clients breathing just through their nose. Breathe in, pause. The pause helps to slow down their breathing rate so they get a more effective breath cycle.
And then breathe out through the nose. And one more time. Breathe in, pause, and then breathe out and pause and relax. Okay, relax. We're gonna do one more set. Now, most of you guys can do this. Many of your older clients cannot. I'm just gonna do this with you guys so you know the next progression. The next progression is actually to lift your legs. So now you engage your core a little bit more. However, you're still using three-dimensional breathing. So watch me here. You're going to lift one leg up so your knee is in line with the shoulder. You're gonna lift the other knee up with the knee in line with the shoulder. You should not have any change in your ability to talk. You should not see your client distending their abdomen, arching their back, and or their face turning red. If they are, or if they're having any back pain, this position is too high level for them, okay? So bring your legs up, knees are about shoulder width apart. Keep your knees up high enough, so not out here. If your knees are out here, that's a huge load on your lumbar spine. You can probably see just a little bit how, not even a little bit, a lot how my low back is arching. So you want the pelvis neutral, lumbar spine neutral, hips and hip flexion, feet just a little bit inside the knees. Now we're gonna do 5 more breaths, still focusing on that more challenging side of shoulder flexion. So you're gonna breathe in and breathe out. Now your breath isn't as deep because now your core is more engaged. So now you're coordinating breath and core activation. Breathe in again and breathe out. And once more and breathe out. Go 2 more breaths. Still breathing just through the nose. And then slowly bring one leg back down, second leg back down. Now, slowly come on up. So that was just breath training with a little bit of core activation in the process. Now we need to teach our clients also, like I said, how to create more optimal loading with breath. Because ultimately, when we get, not so easy with a 16-pound cat on your belly. You're doing some resistance training with breath. That's another way to do it if you are able to do it, okay? Now, let me show you a modification. We're gonna go into this position here, quadruped position. So where you're in quadruped position here, now we go quadruped, and now we're still doing our three-dimensional breathing. Because now what we're doing is setting ourselves up for rotation. Remember we talked about rotation. Long axis, suspension, and control of that position. Some of your clients can't be in this position, or they're not so good in this position. However, you can just modify that. They'll do this over a countertop or chair. So basically, if you watch me here, here's a modification for what we're about to do. Still alignment, still rib cage stacked over top of the pelvis, hinge, hands go upon the chair, coffee table, countertop, so that way they can still get the benefit. They still get loading through the shoulder, they still get loading through their core, slight loading through their core, they're still hinging through their hips, and then now they're doing their three-dimensional breathing from this position. Because we have to teach them how to breathe in different positions, especially under load, okay? So here's how we start. So before you get down to your quadruped position, tall kneeling. So let's do this all together. First, length through the back of your spine as if you're being pulled up from the back side of your head and neck. Not from the head, not from the chin, not from the forehead, but from the back of the head. Rib cage, feel as if you're being pulled up this direction. So up from the back, like you have strings from the back of your rib cage. Then hinge. Now you hinge, put your hands down. Now a lot of clients have wrist problems in this position. So it's not great for everyone. Here's the modification that takes care of most wrist problems. Not everyone's, most wrist problems. There's somebody just waiting to get in there. Notice my wrist is in front of my shoulder, so I'm not loading directly over top my wrist. That actually hurts my wrist. That doesn't feel good. However, if I shift back, my shoulders are behind my wrists. No wrist pain now. And now I can get my weight. So my hands are in this position like I'm pulling the floor apart. So you hinge, and also notice my hips. My hips are a little bit behind my knees. No, that's not my knees. These knees. My hips are a little bit behind my knees. So that way, I'm also preloading my hips just a little tiny bit. So from here, you're just gonna elevate your knees so that way you're in quadruped position, so your pelvis and your shoulders are about the same height, parallel to the floor. And now do your 5 breaths. Focus your breath going through your entire cylinder. So lengthen, breathe through your entire cylinder, through your nose still. So now you should feel much more core activation. You should actually feel connected underneath your arm, your serratus, that anterior oblique chain, serratus, to your obliques, to the opposite obliques and into your adductors. So keep breathing in this position. 5 breaths. You should not feel any pain in your shoulders or your hips. And then slowly come on back down. Let's come back out of it. Let's reset, okay? You want to also be wide through your shoulders. Let me just turn this so I'm facing you guys now. So it's tall kneeling, long spine, as if you're being pulled up from the backside of your head and neck. Stack that rib cage, then hinge. Hands go a little wider than shoulder width apart. Remember, the shoulders are behind the wrists. Elevate, elongate the spine as if you're being pulled forward, and then breathe, still through your nose. Much different than the plank that we've all learned. Much more optimal on the shoulders as well as a thoracopelvic cylinder. We're reinforcing the alignment we want when we get into our rotation patterns. One more breath. And slowly come on back down. Cool. All right, come on up. Now let's just see, before we go into anything else, let's just see what's changed. So let's go back to feet together. Hands on your pelvis. Rotate one direction. Right side was good before, right hip rotation, still good. Come back to center, go left. It's actually a little bit better. Not perfect, not equal to my right side, but definitely better. Okay, so already creating a little bit of change in my hip rotation. Shoulder flexion. Right side was pretty easy. Now it feels actually easier. Definitely gained a few degrees there without doing anything specific for the shoulder. More concerned about this left side. Left side, much different. I mean, look at the range, the difference in range of motion just with those simple correctives. I gained easily 10 degrees, probably more like 15 to 20 degrees of shoulder flexion. Okay, we're not done yet. So now, next on your sheet, you'll see the modified wall plank. I'll show you 2 versions. One is with the forearms on the wall like this. The other one is with the arms straight like this, with the hands on the wall. Why is this pattern so important? Somebody asked the question about how do you work with clients that have that real significant thoracic kyphosis? I said if it's not fused, there's actually a simple way to address that. Number 1 is with your scapular stabilizers. Your scapular stabilizers, your rhomboids, your mid-trap, and your serratus, when the hands are on the floor or the hands are on the wall, it feeds back into your shoulder, and what it does, it actually, those muscles contract and pull your spine into extension. Many of you guys have seen that picture of my before and after client, before and after, kyphotic here, straight up here, because we taught them how to breathe and how to do what we're about to do next. You can create instantaneous and long-term changes when you get your clients doing this work. So let me show you this one first. So the hands, the forearms on the wall, or the hands on the wall. The hands on the wall work better for clients that have lots of shoulder restrictions, because here, a lot of your clients can't get their shoulders to pull themselves back here where they belong. So the straight arms work a little bit better. I may need you to turn the screen here just a little bit if you don't mind. Thank you. Grab some more. Thanks, that's great. So remember your more limited shoulder side and hip side, because we're going to show you a progression of this too. So first, align the cylinder, stack your rib cage to the best of the ability. Remember, the ribs go up and back gently. So keep that cue, that visual cue in your mind. Hands go upon the wall just a little bit higher than shoulder height, and then you bend the elbows down. So that way the forearms are on the wall. So essentially I'm on the wall in this position, about shoulder width apart, feeling like I'm gently pulling that wall apart. Remember, this is really going back to crawling. Crawling was basically, you're here crawling, and it was just contralateral patterns. But again, it's the hands on the ground that started to teach these shoulder muscles how to stabilize the scapula and also control the thorax. So that's the benefit of using the wall. So hands on the wall. Now just breathe. We're gonna do 5 breaths. Same breaths, in through the nose, out through the nose. Just go 5 breaths. And at the same time, focus on breathing and widening your shoulder, getting wider through the shoulder. That's more limited. So I'm breathing and focusing on getting wide through my left side of my rib cage and that left shoulder. As you're breathing out, stay long, as if you're being pulled from the top of your head towards the ceiling. Keep the width across the collarbones, the clavicles. Keep space. Visualize that space opening up underneath your arms. Remember, the lat is a real powerful muscle that will squeeze your shoulder blade down and back if it's short and tight, which it is in a lot of your clients. So just create width across the shoulders and just visualize it. Don't worry about if it's happening or not. Just visualize it. Your brain is very powerful at creating changes when you visualize what you want to have happen. And slowly relax, okay? Shake that out. Now, go back, recheck your shoulder range of motion again. So for me, it's even better. Like 5 more breaths. I almost have full, if you look, I almost have full range of motion now. So really, all we did is set ourselves up in the right position and then use our breath. Remember, the first rule, like once you become aware of something, how do you change something? Is you stop doing the thing that's leading to the issues in the first place. And for me, I know that my shoulder gets painful and uncomfortable if I work out, do the wrong exercise, or work out too hard or too long, or I'm doing too much manual work in my office. And then what do? I grip down to create stability to get me through the workout and or the day if I'm not paying enough attention. So when I focus on creating that alignment and that right control, I get back the range of motion. The brain is like, hey, I like what you're doing to me. You're not threatening me. I can give you back some of that range of motion. Remember, tightness is one of your body's compensations for when it doesn't feel stable or safe. It's going to create tightness. This is why we don't do tons of myofascial release anymore. We do just enough, and then we teach the client how to create better control, which is what we're doing now. Now, let's do the straight arm version, okay? So the straight arm version is great because now we can start to add in a hip hinge. Remember, the lat attaches, your left lat attaches to your right glute. So we get lengthening through the posterior chain. Remember, Robert, that when he finished his throw, he was in this position. You need a lot of length through your posterior chain here specifically to make that happen, as well as here to get your arms up overhead. So this is a great pattern that sets your clients up for success for overhead type motions, especially those throws. So we're going to start out the exact same way. Align that head and neck and that thoraco-pelvic cylinder. Hands on the wall in about the same position, about shoulder width apart on the wall. Now step back. How far you step back is related to your client's, like I have real long arms. If you notice, like I got real short body and a real long arm, okay? So I'm gonna be a little bit further back because of my arm length. Your clients may be a little bit closer to the wall than I am. Now the motion is, I'm gonna do it from the side so you can see it. The motion is here, here. What I don't wanna do is be here this way and or here this way. I wanna make sure that my cylinder is aligned. The pivot comes around my hip joint and my shoulder joint, the ball and socket joints. We're training the cylinder to move around the ball and socket joint. Just think about this. Most of those patterns that Robert did, he was pivoting around the shoulder or the hip joints, okay? Thanks, dude. Long spine, stack the cylinder, hands on the wall, feet about shoulder width apart. You're gonna breathe in, and as you breathe out, keep the hands on the wall. Do not move the hands from the wall, and then hinge slowly. What I want to do is make sure I'm pivoting around the hip joint, and I stop when my pelvis no longer moves. Breathe in to bring it back to the starting position. Breathe out to hinge. Let's go 2 more. Let's go 3 more. Breathe in, come back to the starting position. Breathe out and hinge. The whole time, feel like you're trying to pull that wall apart gently between your hands. Keep your weight equal on the forefoot and the rear foot, the hind foot. Breathe in to come back up. Go one more. Breathe out to hinge. And relax, okay? Again, let's go back. Let's retest. Feet back together. Hands on your pelvis. Rotate right. Come back to center. Rotate left. Left rotation is almost equal to my left side, or to my right side now. The next one will improve it even more, but now my rotation is almost symmetrical side to side. Okay? Go back and check shoulder flexion. Right side shoulder flexion, that's almost like full range of motion for me, which is huge for me because I've rotator cuff and bilateral rotator cuff, bilateral labral tears. So that's huge for me, and this side, still really, really good, okay? Now, if you still have hip limitations or your clients still have hip limitations, I'd still start there. Once they progress, the progression to that is split stance. The split stance hip hinge is one of the most powerful and I believe underutilized exercises. It's also the people I teach it, like even my students, I teach on a online master's program, even my students have trouble with this next one. What you want to do is you want to make sure that the pelvis stays level because you want to load that front hip. Because what happens with your clients is, as I mentioned, when they're walking and they don't have rotation to do this rotation, internal hip rotation, they'll start to cheat out the frontal plane. They'll side bend this way or they'll kick the pelvis out this direction. This is, to me, is not glute med weakness like our industry has taught. I learned that from Training 101 when I was a personal trainer back in the day. This is glute med weakness. It's not. It's a lack of transverse plane rotation to actually load that hip. So what do you do when you walk? When you don't have transverse plane rotation, you cheat out through the frontal plane or you cheat over through the frontal plane. So you need to be able to rotate. This pattern right here is the #1 thing that will change hip rotation. I have a professional golfer that flies in and sees me. This is what we have him doing, working on this pattern right here. Like this is one of the first things we did. Breathing was #1 thing we did with him. #2 was actually teaching him how to do this hip hinge. So you're gonna start with you're gonna do this on your more restricted side. So my left side, even though now it's quite symmetrical to my right side, we're gonna start very similar to what we just did on the wall. So you're gonna lengthen your spine, stack your rib cage to the best of your ability over your pelvis. Keep your hands on your pelvis. Now, go into your hip hinge first. So hinge your hips so that way you're already symmetrically loading both glutes. Then step back with the side you're not working. So my left side was more limited. I'm stepping back with my right leg. So that way, I know I'm as squared up as I can be for right now. So it's align, hinge, then step back. So you know the person's squared up. Because what happens for a lot of your clients is they're rotated. So when they step back in rotation, and now they're trying to do their hinge, and they're just hinging themselves right into the same pattern they already have. So align, hinge, step back. Keep the load in your forward hip. Now from here, you hinge forward as if you're trying to reach the top of your head towards the wall in front of you. You should have the weight over your entire foot. What I don't want to teach my client to do for this pattern here specifically, I don't want them moving their hip pelvis back like that. Because watch my lower extremity. My goal is to load over top of my foot. So I don't want to move my pelvis back behind my foot. I actually want my pelvis up over top my forward foot. So that way I'm eccentrically loading that forward hip. So watch me from behind. Just watch me from behind. So here, align, hinge, step back. So when I hinge, when I do my split stance hinge, my pelvis is level. Watch your clients from behind because you're gonna see this. They're like, oh, I don't really feel this. Well, you don't feel it because you're not staying squared up. Like once you square up and stay squared up, every time I feel it right there. That deep low glute where you want to lengthen and teach clients how to get their pelvis over top their femoral heads. So breathe in to come up, breathe out and hinge. If you don't feel it here, you're either sitting back too far or you're not staying rotated over top that forward hip. Just go 3 more. Breathe in, breathe out as you hinge forward. The weight should be over the entire foot, not on the back of the heel, not on the back leg, over top the forward leg or underneath the forward foot and through your glute. You should feel this through your hamstring and your glutes of your forward leg. Do 1 more repetition. And now come back up and relax. And if you did that well, you're like, ooh, Feel it in that glute, because that is basically what you're going to do when you load up the split squat, right? The split squat is loading up that forward hip. Okay, come back to center. Let's recheck now. Feet together. Hands on your pelvis. Rotate right. Right rotation, still good, still smooth. Rotate left. Super smooth, easy. It feels almost exactly like my right side now. So right side feels really good. Center, left side, feels real smooth. No restrictions now. Check shoulder flexion. Right shoulder flexion feels easy. My arm just feels like it's just floating up. Other side, same thing. Now this arm is just floating up. So already I've changed my shoulder flexion and my hip rotation with doing zero myofascial release, zero hip mobility work, zero mobility work besides just teaching how to align and control. Anybody have any questions so far before we move on? Because what we're setting up is the rotation patterns that we're ultimately going to do. All your correctives are setting up what you're going to do. And no, we would not do all these correctives. We have our templates. We're going to send you the templates at the end, so that way you see exactly how to program this into your overall program. Any questions before we move on? Cool. Awesome. As I mentioned, the most important thing for you to train in your client is actually teaching them how to not rotate, okay? Because what happens for a lot of your clients is they're trying to do rotation exercises because, you know, the trainer's like, yeah, they need to rotate. So they start to do these rotation exercises and they're not teaching them how to stay on that axis. So they're basically just leaning their body weight into the rotation. So remember, the thing that stops you is the things, the patterns, the habits that you're already doing. So one of the couple patterns I'm going to share with you are ways to start to train your client to not rotate, okay? So hook up a band. I actually like the loop bands. And if you notice, this is the lightest loop band. The heaviest band I will personally use for these next couple exercises is this red one. And even this red one from Rogue is a little bit challenging for me, okay? So if I can't do this, then my older clients are definitely not using it. Most of your older clients should be using the orange, the lightest band, okay? Because it's not about the resistance, it's about the control. Remember? Align and control, okay? So we're gonna do a half kneel with shoulder press, which is cool. What's cool about this pattern is it allows you to train control of rotation and control of overhead motion. And for your clients that don't have range of motion, you just modify the range of motion. So here we go. You're gonna start with alignment, head and neck, and thoraco-pelvic cylinder. Grab the band, bring it over your head so it's sort of like in this position right here. Now from here, keep the alignment, do half kneeling. The reason why you want to use the pads is because you want the pelvis level. I'm gonna flip around from the back side. Because if I'm on the floor and I don't have great hip rotation or hip mobility, do you see how my pelvis is not level? Now if I'm trying to do any patterns, I'm training myself to be not level. Whereas if I use the pad, if I align here, my pelvis stays level, I can keep my weight underneath my front hip. So when I do my overhead motions, when I do my thoracic rotation patterns, actually add rotation in, I can keep my pelvis level, I can keep myself suspended from the side. Make sure that your hip is underneath your torso. A lot of your clients, they're like this, they're behind their pelvis. Get them over top their pelvis so that when they're doing their rotation patterns, you're teaching them to be long. So when you look at them from the side, straight line, ear, shoulder, through the hip. The hip should not be out here like this. Keep the hip underneath that pelvis. So that's what you should see from the side. So let's go back to our pattern. I'll do this from the side as well. So we align, head, thorax. Grab your band, bring it over your head. Step forward, come into your split stance position. So now I have my band here. I'm gonna breathe in, and as I breathe out, arms go up overhead. If your clients do not have great range of motion, they'll just come more forward. So breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Up overhead. because ultimately I want to train that overhead motion with light resistance and the band. If I actually use a band that's higher up, so I'm going to change my band just for a moment. If you have the ability to get the band that's overhead, now the band helps with shoulder mobility because it's pulling up and back even though it's getting lighter. And then I also have that eccentric load to keep my ribs down. So breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. I'm gonna flip to the side so you can see it from the side. It's not perfectly from the side, so same idea. So step, square up, breathe in, breathe in, breathe out. Oh, awesome. For you, buddy. Thank you, man. Remember, use light bands. So always start with your alignment. Step, control, breathe in, breathe in, breathe out. Now, how's this rotation control? Because as soon as you go split stance, you have to control that band from pulling you back one direction or the other, especially away from that forward leg. So breathe in, and you should feel that eccentric loading through the front side of your anterior chain. So that way you're teaching control of rotation. So breathing in, breathing out. Okay? Now, if your clients don't do well in the kneeling position, you can do it also from the standing position. It's really the same exact pattern. So again, we're going to start with optimal alignment, head, neck, cylinder. From here, step out, step back. So again, square up. It's the same idea. So breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Controlling that cylinder, not allowing the band to pull back or pull into rotation. And if you want, if you have clients that are real high level, you do the same thing with single arm. But again, not too many of our clients do that. That's more for your really high level clients, your athletes that do a lot of rotary sports, okay? The last version of that is you can just do it with bilateral or with parallel stance. So same thing, you align, grab the strap, come out. This is actually the hardest because now you're parallel and the band is pulling you back into extension. This is actually harder than the split stance. It's just less rotation control. So just play around with the split stance, play around with the parallel stance, find the one that works better for you. But again, remember, we're teaching ultimately the alignment and control we need. Before we move on, let's go back, let's reassess, let's make sure we haven't done anything to lose our rotation. Feet together, hands on your pelvis, rotate right, come back to center, rotate left. So that still feels good. It probably feels even a little better, to be honest. And then go here, that still feels real solid, and that still feels awesome. Feels great. It actually feels better. And that pattern right there works super well for helping clients with overhead motion, but use that super light resistance, okay? Now let's go back to half kneeling. Because for a lot of your clients, you want to now start to incorporate thoracic rotation. We're going to focus on thoracic rotation away from the forward leg first. Because I'm going to do it standing first. We're going to progress to this, but I just want to show you it while we're upright. The easier way to teach your client to now thoracic rotate is actually to move away from the forward leg. Because this hip is externally rotating here. My right hip is externally rotating. Let me come up a little bit closer. This right hip is externally rotating. So it's a little bit easier to teach your client to control rotation this way. We're still teaching our client, actually, let me back up. We're still teaching control of rotation before we actually teach them how to rotate. So we're teaching our client how to rotate around their hip and still maintain alignment of their cylinder. Because remember, if you're playing tennis, you're a right-handed tennis player, when you swing through, you have to externally rotate that hip. So it's teaching you how to start to get rotation and control rotation. Ball and socket joint. Remember, the ball has to be centered through internal and external rotation. External rotation is just easier to teach your clients. So what we're going to do is grab your band, and now you're going to be more at a right angle, okay? So what I'm going to have you do is Same half kneeling position. Align the head, neck, and thoracolpelvic cylinder. Use your real light resistance. You're going to step forward with the right leg if you're facing this direction, keeping the weight on my right leg. So when I rotate, I'm going to rotate towards the camera so that my cylinder still stays relatively well aligned. I'm still relatively aligned and controlling. The reason why I use this handle here is because if you have clients that struggle with shoulder position, and once you go here, now they're really closed off through the front of their shoulders. So I actually like to have them set up here, so that way when they rotate, they're learning how to control their shoulder position and not lock down with one shoulder. This shoulder that's closer to the attachment is working harder to stabilize because it's just positioned closer to the attachment. But if you look, so I'm going to do it standing up just so you can see, or actually let me angle this way. I keep that alignment of my cylinder. I'm not allowing my cylinder to side bend, to extend, to flex. I'm doing pure axial rotation of that cylinder around this forward hip. So you breathe in here, breathe out and rotate. Breathe in, breathe out and rotate. But again, you're rotating through the hip joint. You're not rotating around the thorax yet. You want to teach your client how to control this band from pulling them back towards the attachment. So you're teaching them, again, anti-rotation, but like I said, I like the control of rotation better than anti-rotation. Anti just has a negative connotation to me. So you're trying to control rotation. Control the thorax from losing this alignment, this control that you ultimately want to teach your clients how to have, okay? Now we'll flip around, other side. So always start with your alignment. So head, cylinder, step forward. Keep your arms in front of the body here. Turn, rotate, come back to center, and control. Turn, rotate, come back to center, and control. So that way you're teaching them how to rotate around the pelvis, around the hips, and maintain optimal alignment of their cylinder. Still focusing on that length the entire time. So if you're watching clients online, you watch their head. Make sure the head stays in the same position and you don't see the head collapsing down because they're flexing and or extending, okay? In a standing position, it's the exact same idea. So you start, long spine, stack the cylinder, and now you can do the same thing. Split stance with the right leg that's closer to the attachment. You rotate, come back and control. Rotate, come back and control. One more time, rotate, come back and control. If I flip around, see me a little bit more from the front. Align, cylinder, right side or left side forward now. So you're gonna rotate, come back and control. If you notice, my hands always stay in front of my body. I don't try to do this thing here, like all clients try to do. They're always trying to rotate their arms around their body. Keep the arms in front of the body and rotate the entire cylinder. Make sure that band stays right in front of the chest the entire time. So that way they're learning how to get that rotation around the hip while the cylinder's still controlled, okay? Now, before we move into the most challenging rotation, let's go back and just reevaluate. So feet together. Just check in with your body, hands on your pelvis, rotate right. My right hip rotation actually feels even easier now. Come back to center, then rotate left. And even that left rotation is now getting easier and easier, okay? Check your shoulder flexion. That actually feels super easy, still feels super easy. Left side still feels really, really good, okay? So hopefully you're feeling the same changes because you want to see that they're able to progress and not lose range of motion. And that's why the self-assessments become so valuable because it tells you exactly what's happening in the moment versus like waiting, a few weeks or a few months in your program to decide, hey, did that actually work or not? It lets you know right then and there, did that movement actually work for your client right then and there? Did it change your range of motion? Did it maintain range of motion if you're doing a progression? Now, the most challenging pattern is now as you start to teach your client to get actual thoracic rotation. So again, we're going to teach our clients to now start to rotate towards their forward leg. So it's the same idea as what we just did, but because we're working towards internal rotation of the hip, it's going to be the most challenging pattern of the group, okay? So lengthen the spine, stack that cylinder. Now from this position, we're going to bring the opposite leg away from the attachment forward. Now it's breathe in, and just watch my head first before you try this. Breathe in, and then rotate as you breathe out. Now you're rotating up and over top that forward leg. So this my left hip. So you breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, come back to the starting position, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Go 2 more, breathe in, breathe out. So that way, in this position, you should feel as if you're getting longer over top this hip here. As you're watching your client, let me do it from the other side. As you're watching your client, from the side especially, you should not see them leaning forward or leaning back or leaning to the side. So you align head and neck and the cylinder. Right leg forward now, the leg away from the support. So breathe in. And you see me getting longer as I rotate towards you guys. So breathe in, breathe out, rotate. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. Again, squaring up here, breathe out. Go 2 more, breathe in, breathe out. One last time, breathe in, breathe out, and relax. So that way, because again, when you think about your tennis or your golf players, you have to teach them how to step, boom, hit the ball, and then rotate internally. So that's what you're training them to do, to stay long, and as they rotate, stay on that axis. And if you watch a golfer or a great tennis player, as soon as they strike the ball, what do you see happen? They actually get longer. So that's what we're teaching them, is to keep that hip centrated, because now you're rotating your cylinder over top that forward hip. Long and rotating on that cylinder. So the weight is still over the foot, and now you're getting longer as you do your rotation, okay? Now let's go back, let's recheck our range of motion. Because again, some of your clients, because they don't have great control in internal rotation, that's the pattern that's gonna most challenge them. So let's just recheck. So let's go standing rotation. Let's go shoulder flexion, and that still feels really, really good. Now let's check seated rotation, because we haven't checked seated rotation through any of these because we actually didn't do any rotation patterns. So again, just go back to your seated rotation, hands across your chest, and then just rotate. So my right side was very easy. It actually feels easier now. And then go left rotation. And now that feels a lot better. Still not equal to the right, but a lot better. I actually get further, and I don't have any of that cramp. I was actually getting a little bit of cramping pain when I went to my left. Felt a lot better, okay? Just put your hand up if you started to notice some changes in your own body as we go through this. Awesome. Hey, Marcia, how are you? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Fantastic. The last set of patterns, again, rotation control patterns are your pushing and pulling patterns, okay? The pushing and pulling patterns are, again, just your control of rotation. I like to do, when I do unilateral patterns, I like to do if I'm rowing with my left arm, I actually like my left leg forward. The reason why I like my left leg forward is because when people tend to row with their opposite leg back, and I'm rowing with my right side, they get a lot of not great rotation. What I like about the same side forward as my row is it allows me to do that same length. There's just something about the unilateral side of forward leg and arm that's rowing that just seems to work better for rotation, okay? What would you say? I agree. Oh, awesome, fantastic. So again, we're gonna go same thing now. Long spine, stack that cylinder. Come on back, start with a symmetrical stance. Then load here, then bring that other opposite leg back. Now when you pull up and tall. So if you notice me, I'm getting up and tall. Like every pattern should be re-encouraging or reinforcing me to get up and tall. So I'm controlling the rotation going forward, not allowing the client to lose it. So it's neutral here, pull, and elongate. Come back down, control the eccentric. So I'm still loading that forward hip, pull, control the eccentric. Pull, get tall. You should see your client getting taller. And these are the patterns. The way you do that, you start getting that client to reinforce that thoracic kyphosis and elongation through their spine. Super, super effective. I'll do it straight from behind. So again, start, come back, start your hinge here first. So you know your client's relatively neutral. Then it's bring that opposite leg back so you know the pelvis is squared up. So now it's breathe in, breathe out, pull. Control rotation, pull. So you get your split squat, you're loading that forward hip, and now you're loading that same side shoulder complex to control that rotation. I just really like this pattern. It works really, really well. I would do both versions, the opposite leg forward as well. This pattern, this way, just seems like it works a little bit better to help create that sort of elongation that we want our clients to have, okay? The most challenging pattern, obviously, are your pushing patterns because it's hard for your client to stay open and wide and not pull into rotation, okay? Here's how you set your clients up for their pushing patterns. Again, use a super light band, okay? Start facing the attachment first. So if I'm gonna press first with my right hand, obviously I'm gonna grab it with my right hand, wrap this hand around. So I'm gonna step back so again, I'm gonna square up here and then flip around and left leg will come forward. So now I'm facing you squared up. That's my starting position. I'm gonna push out and then bring the elbow back and control. I'm not gonna allow that band to pull me back this direction. So again, it's that control of rotation. Press, come back, control. Press, come back, control. So I'm loading up this forward hip. I'm keeping my weight a lot into this forward hip. Let me just flip around. Yeah, this direction. So it's here, press out, come back, control. So I'm not allowing that band to change my position. Just teaching my core muscles how to stay, and my hip muscles how to stay in alignment. So again, one more time, opposite side. I'll use a little bit heavier band here. Align, stack, step back, flip around. From here, squared up, bring that leg back, opposite leg forward. This band's a lot harder, so this is gonna be more challenging for me. So we'll see if my range of motion stays the same. Yeah, it's too heavy. Okay, that's why I'm telling you, like, for me, the heaviest band I can do for some of these patterns is this red one. It's really the most resistance I can do. So you know your clients, your older clients, they shouldn't be doing more than you. They really shouldn't, unless you have a specific issue. Your older clients, most of your older clients, unless you got some studs that you're working with, they shouldn't be doing more resistance than you. I have a rule. If my clients, besides the athletes, the professional athletes I see, if they're doing more than me, they're not doing it well, So that's usually a good rule of thumb for you guys. Step around, square up, open the shoulder up, keep the shoulder open, press out, come back, and control. Press out, come back, and control. And again, once your client gets good at this pattern, then you can start to add in, breathe out, and rotate, and then come back. Breathe out, rotate, come back. And if you notice, still getting long, still getting long. So you're still pressing and getting long, and again, you're still driving that internal rotation of that forward hip. However, you're still getting long. You should always see your client getting long through their patterns. As soon as you see their head sort of dropping down, you know that they're no longer getting long and they're starting to compress down. That's what ultimately stops their rotation, is when they no longer can keep suspended and stay long. The last series of patterns, let me just finish up with these guys, is just your chop patterns. Robert showed you a version of the chop pattern. I still like to do very similar. Actually, let's go. We'll keep it here. Actually, this is less chop than rotation. Is actually starting to get your client just rotating in this plane. So again, great for your golfers, great for your tennis players, great for teaching your client to transfer load. I don't even know if I could do that red band for this one. I'll stay with the orange band. So again, it's the same idea here. Arms like here, so arms here. The arms will stay relatively here. I'm going to rotate my thorax, but the arms will stay relatively in front of my thorax the entire time. So I'm going to start with the same alignment. Head, stack the thorax. Step out. And now I'm going to add a step with a rotation. So step rotate. And if you notice here, band is still out. I'm not over rotating like that. The band is still out here in front of my body. So it's here, step, pivot the back foot, rotate the arms in front of the body, come back and control. Step, rotate, come back and control. So that way, now you're getting a dynamic step into it, boom, rotation, come back, control that rotation. So again, remember, this is also about power production and reduction, fall reduction risk. So you're teaching your client they're not gonna fall this way, they're gonna fall as they come back and control. So you wanna make sure that they're able to come back and own that position. So again, set up, align, stack, step, rotate, come back and control. Step, rotate, come back and control. So that way, accelerate, boom, decelerate. Always start your clients, write this down, start your clients on their more challenging side. So for me, as a right-handed guy, my better rotation is going to my left because that's the natural side. You know, if I'm gonna swing a bat, that's gonna be the side I swing a bat, throw a ball. So that's my more natural side. Most clients start that direction because it's more natural to them. But then they already fatigue themselves by the time they get to their more challenging side. So start them on their non-dominant side. So whatever the side they would swing a bat or throw a ball, start them on the opposite side. So for me, I should have started this direction. You see where I naturally go if I don't think about it. So align, stack, step, rotate, step, rotate. And again, if you notice, my cylinder stays aligned the entire time. Come back, control, come back, control. So just different ways to train rotation, focusing. The primary focus is on the anti-rotation component. Teach your client how to lengthen, how to align, how to breathe, so that way when you do any of your patterns, they are set up for the success you want them ultimately to have. And that's how you improve stability. That's how you improve rotation, the actual rotation. And then you can make it as dynamic and go right into the patterns that Robert talked about with all the dynamic throws, medicine ball tosses. You can do your chop patterns with the medicine balls. You can do your chop patterns with your cables. It's all the same concept over and over again. We're just setting you up to allow those patterns to happen. So, where are we at with time-wise? 10 minutes? Yeah. Ooh, that never happens, man.
We ever go early?
We have time for Q&A.
We can talk about the charts.
Oh, we have the charts too. Yes, that's right. That's right. Well, hopefully you guys have a lot of things rolling around your head. Obviously, you have the recordings of this as well. So don't forget, go back and watch the recordings just to review some of the concepts. You have the notes. So for people who can't kneel, can they stand and put one leg off the chair? Absolutely. Also, can the band be anchored at waist level? Absolutely, Randy. And you're like, I asked too soon. It's all good. It's all good. Hey, Marcia, how are you? So, questions? And also, put in the chat box. Let us know, what are some of the things that you're able to take home and really start to utilize? Oh, let's go through these charts first.
Yeah, we'll dive into that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got the mic hot here. All right, gang. So this is, we wanted to give you two charts, two little templates here of mock workouts. Something that you could kind of get an idea, put your mind around a little bit, understanding how you might incorporate some of this. So we spend 7 to 10 minutes maybe doing mobilities or correctives prior to the workout. Then we'll do 2 or 3 minutes adding in some kind of load, what we call a primer. And then we get into the main portion of the lifting, our power and or strength. And so Evan has given you 3 or 4 correctives here to work on prior to this specific workout. So I made the workout, then he selected his correctives that went with this, okay? So let me give you kind of an overview of the workout, and then I'll let Ev kind of detail a little bit his correctives. We're coming into this with the most explosive dynamic lift first, which is our sandball vertical toss. This is the pre-swing, release, don't catch it, let it hit the ground, proper pickup, release, repeat. Then we go to the single arm snatch, 8 on each side. So 2 very vertical, very dynamic lifts. And we're gonna stay sagittal in this and do something called a rack pull, which is basically an RDL, but with a break at the bottom. And then we're gonna do some drop step lunges, a suitcase carry where you have weight on one side, not the other. Those rotational pull starts we talked about, and then a little auxiliary tricep work at the end. We've checked all of our boxes, push, pull, split, carry, our hinge pattern. We got all of our boxes checked. You have all your tempos, your loads. Basically do this like a list. Do the tosses for 8, do the snatches 8 on each, do the rack pull, ... all the way down. Then, see as on recovery here, I just put when you're ready, right? In between each of those, move at a decent pace, get all the way through them. But at the end, after you finish your tricep extensions, we take a 90-second break. In that 90-second break, you could do active recovery, you could do correctives, you could do whatever you want in that little break there. Even just let them walk around for 90 seconds, get a drink of water. I like to be productive with every second that I have in there, so I'll usually put in some kind of active recovery. Then we'd start round 2, round 3, and so on. So for about 20 minutes, look right here underneath power and strength, it says up to 4 rounds or 20 minutes. So really anyone at any level, for the most part, can participate in this. If you're untrained, maybe you just do a round or 2 and we're learning and we work through it and weight's really light. And if you're trained well, you get all 4 rounds right at 20 minutes and you're ready for whatever's next, okay? So with that design of the workout, the correctives that we selected to go with that are?
So breathing is always going to be part of correctives. Now, if your client actually breathes well, then you don't spend time just breathing alone, just having them breathe. Doesn't mean you can't, but generally you want to pair that with something else. So we showed you the supported happy baby. That's with the feet on the floor. The feet can be on the wall. However, if your client is one of your rock star clients, they breathe very well, they actually have good core stability, do the unsupported version where the legs are up. So now you're marrying the activation of the core with 3-dimensional breathing. You can also pair it with something hamstring lengthening. The reason why we like hamstring lengthening, I didn't show it to you, I'll show it to you here in a moment, is one of the lifts we want our clients to do is we want them to hinge. Because basically when you think about the hinge, right? The hinge is what? It's every lower extremity pattern. It's a squat, it's a deadlift, it's a stiff-legged deadlift. It's all your power production that Robert was showing you is all the hip hinge. Short hamstrings in your older clients will limit that ability. So hamstring lengthening, you can do it seated here, where you actually sit on the sit bones here and actually do hamstring lengthening like this, or from the side, it looks like this. Or you can do it where you actually use a band, thank you, sir, appreciate that. Where you actually use a band and have them do hamstring lengthening here, where you're focusing them on keeping their cylinder aligned, sending their heel towards the ceiling, not straightening their knee, not pulling their pelvis up off the mat, but just staying nice and aligned. Otherwise, if they don't do well on their back, just have them do the seated version where they're really just focusing on lengthening or doing a seated hip hinge. Great ways to improve your hip hinge strategy, the anterior pelvic rotation. Then we go into supported hip hinge, because again, the reason why that supported hip hinge works so well is because now you're getting not only the lengthening through the posterior chain, you're also getting the lengthening under the shoulder complex as well. And then we did the half kneel overhead sort of shoulder flexion. Again, it's going to help you set up for your sandbell vertical tosses, right? You need that ability to load that anterior chain. You want to load that shoulder flexion position. So great way to start to load that pattern as well, or should I set that pattern up.
All right, and then our next one on here, we went a little bit different. We started to get a little more rotation, some transverse action. We're going to do our hammer tosses. That's the lateral toss, and when we throw against the wall. And we're going to knock out 8 of those on each side. We're going to add the band to the kettlebell. You guys saw that in the video with my clients where they were swinging 12 very dynamic, explosive swings there. We're going to do a band assisted step up. I didn't demo this one, but basically the band is up and in front of the client and it's pulling them onto the box so they can step up quicker than normal. We might even make this dynamic, meaning they leave the box just a tiny little 1/4 of an inch, just a little boop at the top, just to show a little explosiveness, right? So we could do something like that, maybe with your advanced clients. Some pulley seated rows, alternating overhead presses with a neutral grip, farmer carries, even weight on both sides, and then a Sornex curl, which is basically supinated curl up, reverse curl down, supinated up, reverse curl down. So I want to give you some good variety there, couple of auxiliary based, change up our variety and our carries a little bit, get some overhead actions involved there, 2 good hinge actions, 1 lateral action. We got a pretty good, pretty dynamic, all-inclusive workout, and that will be preceded by our correctives.
So these correctives are a bit more dynamic in nature because we want to set up for some of these hammer tosses, these swings, this more dynamic work in the program.
flies, dude.
It flies.
I must smell bad. They're all over.
The two of us.
I know, it's the baldness.
Too much testosterone.
Too much testosterone.
So these correctives will set up the patterns that Robert will set up. A little bit more dynamic, a little bit more progressive. So you see 3-dimensional breathing. We're still working on that. Probably progressing the client to the unsupported version. They can even do like a pullover with the unsupported breathing. So that way you're breathing and working on that overhead length. Supported split squat. Now we're doing the split hinge. Split squat or split hinge. Split squat is just here. You can have your hands on the wall and you're doing a split squat or a split hinge. More challenging version of those two patterns. Oh, thank you, sir. And then thoracic rotation. Again, I'm not crazy about lying. I would like to do more of that half kneeling and or split stance, where you're doing the split stance as you can leave it there. Split stance with that rotation with the band. That's a little bit better for most clients. Most clients I found don't do great with thoracic rotation. Okay, and then the thoracic iso rotation. Actually, that's the thoracic iso rotation. So if your clients do well with thoracic rotation, just make sure that they're really well aligned. If you actually stop screen share just for a moment. When you're doing thoracic rotation in lying position, like I said, not too many clients do well in that, but if you do, make sure that you align them so they're stacked up. A lot of your clients are just like this. They're just randomly doing this wherever they get motion. So stack them up so that way their shoulders and pelvis are in line with each other, and when they rotate, don't rotate so far. Because this is not getting thoracic rotation. This is just hypermobilizing wherever they're mobile. You want them to stay long and then rotate on an axis. So they're not going to go very far. So that's why it's too hard to control this position, because we don't do that with a lot of clients unless they really earn the right to do that pattern. And again, like I said, it's not too common that we use that pattern. Okay? But again, more dynamic correctives to set the client up. However, make your correctives specific for your client. Don't just progress them because you want to progress them. Make sure that they've earned the right, they have the range of motion, they have the control, they know the patterns, and you should progress them as they earn that right and as they progress.
All right, gang. So yeah, a couple of you are making notes here saying you don't have these. This is a late addition that we added. So I'm going to scroll up. If you guys know how to screenshot or you want to grab, we're going to email you these two. We'll have Celia with FAI email these out. But if you guys want to grab a screen grab of that real quick, go ahead and go Command-Shift-3, get your screen grab. And then I'm going to move down to the bottom one here. And let's go ahead and Command-Shift-3, screen grab that one. Or you can break out your cell phone real quick. And then I do see a couple of questions here. We'll make sure that we get through all of our questions with you guys. All right, everybody good there? All right, we're going to come away. Again, we will email you those. Make sure we get those off to you. I don't know, the next day, whenever Celia is able to kind of get it off to you guys. We'll make sure we do that.
Maybe next week, because she's probably overwhelmed right now.
Okay, so we had, should people do more sets on the challenging side for rotation? Obviously, we do both sides, but should we focus more on the limited range side from the assessments?
Yeah, absolutely. We always focus a little bit more on the challenging side. The only time we don't do that is with our professional athletes. Because if we have a golfer, like if I'm working with a golfer, I don't want him doing, I want him asymmetrical. I mean, I want to limit his asymmetries, but I want him asymmetrical because a right-handed golfer is always golfing right, never golfing left. Our general pop, we want them more symmetrical. So I will be doing more on this side of limited rotation, either hip and or trunk rotation for sure.
So Nan asked about, signed up a little bit late on June 1st. How can I access the free bonus material from us? So we did that just last night. Celia has that as well. We'll make sure you guys get the recording of that, the PDFs, and those templates we just showed you of the mock workouts. Everything will be in there. And we'll make sure we get you that.
Yep. And then also, I give out a bonus for people that sign up before June 1.
So
is that what they're talking about? Mary will get that to you. Do me a favor and let me put it in the chat box if you don't mind. Just because it'll be easier if I write it. Thank you guys again for joining us, for being on here live. If you're watching in the recording, truly appreciate you guys. Desk at Fitness. Just email Mary. She'll get that report out to you. Oops. If I could actually type Fitness. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. Blood sugar's getting a little low here. Yeah, just email Mary, fitnesseducationseminars.com. She'll get you that free bonus training on thoracic rotation. It really reinforces the things that we talked about here today.
I'm just curious. I was wondering if you ever worked a simple balance position as part of an assess that they can do later on in the test. I got so curious. I just stepped up onto the challenging slack block balance device. I was surprised to find that my balance on the difficult block was very calm, controlled, easy, and stable for a longer time than usual. What a happy surprise. Okay, so this is after your stuff you did with them. That's great. Should people do these exercises once or twice a week? I have clients I have a client that does not do homework but sees me twice a week, minimum twice a week. You got to think about how many hours you're going to have. You got 168 hours. So we get them for 2. What are they doing all those other times, right? And ideally, if we can get some kind of buy-in from some homework, that would be great. If you know they're not going to do it, like I have clients that go, oh, I'm going to do 2 hours a week with you. I'm like, why don't we do 3 half hours a week? At least I get to see you another day. Yeah. And then they always come in. I'll be like, why don't you come 15 minutes early? And it really turns into like 45 minutes. And I'm like, you can do those mobilities over here while I'm working with my clients. Sure. Just a little bit more commitment on that end. And hopefully you get a little more buy-in. They start to do a little bit more on their own. So yeah, at least twice a week would be ideal.
Yeah. Let me just add to that. To your point, Sarah, you asked that question earlier. You have to get clients doing work on their own. It's like Robert said, 2 hours a week is not enough.
I mean,
we all have the challenge. They show up. They think that 2 hours is enough to carry them through. Would you say 72 hours we're already atrophying? If you're not developing within 72 hours, you're already atrophying. So when you're really trying to change patterns, like improve rotation, improve breathing, improve power, after 72 hours, you're already losing. So the best you can do with your client is maybe maintain, but probably not, because you're only going to get them to a certain level. So they have to be doing something on a regular basis. So what we do is we just give people like a 5-minute routine. Do something for 5 minutes. So brush your teeth while your coffee's making, whatever they do on a regular basis, just do this little breathe, do your hinge, do something, do your squats, do something while you're waiting for your coffee. So that way, if you read the book by BJ Fogg, Dr. BJ Fogg, Tiny Habits, it's not the tiny habit that's going to change their life per se or change them. It's getting them in the habit of doing something every single day, for owning the changes, because you can't change until you make the changes on a regular basis.
I have a lot of clients that do Monday and Friday with me. So now we're looking at 3 days, 96 hours. Does that come out? 3 days into 4 days till I see them again from Monday to Friday. So we have homework that we assign from the website on Wednesdays. We have a membership login. They pop in there, and I have a DLF, Daily Life Fitness, or like our very entry-level client, our ADLs, and our strength and conditioning. They click that, and it's about a 15-minute, and it's me doing the exercise, and they go right along with me. And I'm like, you feel like doing it again? Go through twice. You could do it 3 times. It can become a workout, or it can just be a once-a-day, 15-minute little shakeout. But at least there's reoccurring action in there for them that they could do on a regular basis. Mobility movements, movement prep style of stuff, really no issue with them doing that daily. I mean, it's just kind of a routine to help them, get their bodies moving for the day. You're going to go golfing, you're going to go for a walk, you're just going to, go garden, do whatever it is. It's still your movement for the day. Let's prep for that, and just like you're saying, make that part of the pattern. We get in there. Great seminar. You guys always give 110. Can't wait to come out there for a live training. Any plans for doing personal training and trainings in California? Well, absolutely. Number one, 100%. We got a bunch of plans. We're just, as long as the state is going to accommodate and allow us to do that, which it sounds like things are working in the right direction. Nothing beats a live event. So you guys know that. We would so love to have had this be in like a Marriott or wherever we're at, with a big room where we can all be on the floor and engage and work together, and then all go out and eat afterwards or whatever it is. Yeah, I miss that interaction, that social, that connection with everybody, being around our people. You guys are our people.
That's right.
So it's like I'm ready for that. I miss that. But this is a very close second. We can't be together. At least we can do this. I definitely enjoy it. We really appreciate all the very nice comments, you guys. This
Thank
is
you,
awesome.
guys. Truly appreciate it.
Going back to the thoraco restriction and restricted shoulder flexion being on the same side of the body. Personally, I'm more restricted to the left thoracic and right shoulder flexion, torn labrum, and old injury. Is there any reason behind that, or am I just different? You're different.
You're just different. Avery, you're just different. No, a lot of times, like I've worked with some Division I athletes that have torn their labrums, and a lot of times, like for example, I worked with a Division I athlete that tore her labrum, rib cage more restricted on that side, but she kept fracturing. Like she fractured her left fibula, real low the first time, a little bit higher the second time, a little bit higher the third time, because she was always throwing her body weight over to that direction. So sometimes you can have limited rotation or issues on the opposite side because you're that's how your body has compensated for that limitation or that pain or whatever issue you're having. So when you say, am I different? No, you're just you. When I say it's common for someone to have restriction on one side, it's just how your body creates the compensations. And that's why you do your assessments, so you pick up what your client's doing. And that's why we don't teach you protocols. We teach you, like, yeah, everybody's got to do some kind of breathing. Everybody's got to work on their breathing somehow, but it's not a protocol. Not everybody does the same assessment. Not everybody does the same correctives. It's very common what we have them do, but it's always specific to what we find during the assessment. So really, really great question. Thanks for asking that.
Ev, what's your email again?
Help desk at fitness education seminars.com.
Okay.
So yeah,
let's
just
try that.
Just email Mary, say I was part of the pre-con. Can I get Dr. Osar's free bonus on thoracic rotation?
Okay.
Honestly, guys, if you haven't gotten it, just go there. It was for early bird signups, but if you sign up late, we want you to have it. Just go get it.
You like my shirt? We're in the act of making these, you guys. We've made some in the past. They sold out very quickly, so we'll get some more. We had our zombie ones, and nobody seemed to like that one. But we're bringing these bad boys back.
I love this.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? Any other questions? Bunch of diehards that stayed on here with us. You guys are awesome, man.
You guys are the goats. What does that mean?
Greatest of all time.
Oh, dude,
that's dope. That's
awesome.
That's awesome.
I don't even know how you knew that, but that's awesome.
There's the boats, the best of all time, right? But we could be the greatest of all time.
That's awesome.
I'll take it.
That's
fantastic. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys
what
again.
A nice compliment.
Thank you guys for all you do. Remember, at the end of the day, the most important thing, we want you to take a lot from this webinar, this session, and institute it with your clients so you can make powerful changes. But really, it's what you bring. It's who you are. It's what you bring. It's your, the people, and this is why we love FAI. You guys are committed. There's nobody in here that's just jumping on here for CCs. Yeah, you get CCs, which is great. But you're here because you want to change lives. You want to transform people's lives.
You can get CCs anywhere, right?
Yeah, right. You can get CCs anywhere. So we truly appreciate the live interaction. If you're watching this on a recording, appreciate you guys. Thanks for all you do and for being that light for other people, for being that unifying force. One of the things you'll never see Robert and I do, we don't get into political debates. It's not that we don't care. It's just that our job, our responsibility is to be the light, to be the unifying force for others, regardless of people's religious, political, sexual, whatever your preference is, I don't care. I just want to help you be the best version of you so you can serve the people that need you and need to hear your message. So thank you for allowing us to share our message with you.
Well said. Be the light, baby. I love that. That's so good.
T-shirts.
Absolutely. No kidding on the back. How do you keep up with the homework? How often do you change it? So I put up mobility menus once a month, and then I do weekly workouts. And I do a little more than what I told you guys. I have 2 DLFs, 2 ADLs, 2 strength and conditioning, and then we do 2 live HRT workouts, high intensity resistance training. We do those live. Ev's going to be on it with me tomorrow. And then we put those recordings. We just post the recording right onto the website. So they can we call it a tutorial. It's a 15-minute or 10-minute tutorial, or they hit play and they do the whole hour live with us and just follow along. We call intervals. We kind of remind and go through correct techniques while we're doing it. But my clients love it because they're like, you're suffering just right there with me. I hold the mic away because I'm like, hey, you're doing great, guys. Like, it's so pathetic, but it's great. They're just, there's that camaraderie of we're suffering through this together. This is good suffering, right? So, and that's one of our mottos is suffer good. Suffer good. So that's awesome. Excellent team. Thank you, everybody.
I'll be suffering tomorrow with him.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
Yes, I will.
I'm putting together something special.
I know.
I know he's going to come.
Hey, if you guys want to join us, it's 60 minutes of just buys and tries. We're going to do the 60 minutes of arm
bumps. And calf bumps. You got to get the calves.
Calves as well.
It's a bro workout. All right, everybody. I think we're going to go. We got everybody's questions. You're awesome. Thank you so much.
you,
We
guys. Thank you.
appreciate you. Have a
Appreciate
great
you,
day.
man.
Thank you too, buddy.
Thanks for being in the bunker, man.
I love you, man. Love you, brother. This was good. The bromance continues.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
All right, everybody. Take care.
See you guys.
ya.